Welcome to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to Belmont Park. Sarah Obadwi joining me, Andy Serling, here on the set. It's nice to be back, and it's nice to be here with you, Sarah.
I know, it's like a repeat of our first time together when I was first on the show, and a lot has happened since then, so always great to be on and talk about some racing with you, and looking forward to today's card. I'm glad we were able to stay on the turf so far.
Yeah, the weather forecasts are usually a little more accurate than our selections, but fortunately they were inaccurate for yesterday and today, and we've managed to get next to no rain. We probably could have used a little bit of rain, frankly. Got a fun race today with 9 races, fast and firm. Pick 6 carryover, $43,180. And the feature, which we'll talk about shortly, but horses are on the track for the first race, Sarah. And these are 2-year-old fillies. Only one of them has experience. That was on the turf. They're on the dirt. First time star on the rail, Sun and Wind, goes out for Rudy Rodriguez with Joel Rosario.
And this one I feel as though she might want turf eventually in the future. There's a little bit more turf pedigree on the dam side. Rudy, quietly, as you mentioned on Talking Horses, he does okay with his 2-year-olds.
He does. He usually has them ready to go. I won't be surprised this one has speed. Horse is owned by a friend of mine, Adam Madcourse. I wish Adam best of luck with this one. May Princess, the 2, a Salamini who's been kind of a hot first-year sire. Dave Donk trains this one with Jose Ortiz.
And Donk is only 3 for 31 with his 2-year-old first-time starters on dirt sprints, but this one is a half to 3 winners.
Sorority Party taking that Irad Ortiz money. Mike Maker has this one, the only one with experience.
And that was turf experience. Looking forward to seeing what this one does on the surface switch.
The Leonard Skinner fans are apparently not coming out in force. They've yelled play Freebird, but they're not betting him. Gary Contessa has this one with Manny Franco.
And this one worked 10-2 for the OBS March sale. This one has already had 3 winners for Maximus Mischief, the sire.
The number 6, Dreamery, the biggest price in the board, goes out for Chelly Moisey. Dylan Davis in the side.
Mastery, not quite the same success with his 2-year-old first-time starters, only 4%.
The one I guessed on, the number 5, Kara's Time, Mitch Friedman and Jose Lescano teaming up.
Yeah, not this time. Really fires with his 2-year-olds. He's 21% first-time starters. This is the female family of Next, that dirt marathoner that just won the other day.
Wow, so 5 furlongs for this one. It's not even
Makes
half
a
the
lot
distance
of sense.
that's made. You know what? Racing doesn't make sense. One of the great things
True.
about racing is how infrequently it seems to make sense, especially 2-year-old firsters. You want to sign up for Naira Bets, no better time than the present. Head on over and use the promo code BONUS200. We'll match up to $200 of your initial deposit. Play all tracks, anywhere, anytime at Naira Bets. There's the number 2 horse, May Princess, going out for Dave Donk. I'm interested to see what these Salaminis do. He's standing up at McMahon Farm, and Keisha was telling me like some crazy prices that some of them sold for the 2-year-old sale.
Really? I mean, that's always a good reason to realize what these horses might be capable of going forward as far as what they're selling at the 2-year-old sale. I know money doesn't buy everything, but when you get to see those workouts is a really great handicapping tool that I know you use. It's one that I use as well when you get to see what these horses move like and how fast they can kind of go.
Yeah, and it gives us something to show, and it works occasionally. It's kind of like everything else in horse racing. It's just a little bit of information to help you out. The 3, there's Irad Ortiz, and Irad went over to Ascot and apparently got food poisoning and wasn't able to race. We're glad, though, that he's back. He rode yesterday, and he's back riding today.
And apparently, just capable of getting over that in time. He was always slated to ride yesterday. I know there's a little chatter of, did he even go? He definitely went.
He went.
Just didn't work out for him.
Well, food poisoning luckily doesn't. It's horrible to get, but it does go through you pretty quickly.
Right.
Rich Migliori's probably an expert on food poisoning. He's also an expert at taking a look at these 2-year-olds. And let's join Richie with some talk on to 2-year-olds in the first race.
Yeah, guys, great to be on with you. And I actually spoke for a while with Irad yesterday, and he said he landed there and just started feeling bad, and he just didn't feel like he could do the job. And he stuck around to see if he could make it the second day, and he flew back. And witnessed by his win in the first race yesterday, I don't think there were any ill effects. All his strength was on full display, winning with the mount up for Todd Pletcher early in the card. Really interesting baby race here. We'll start with the 2 horse from the Dave Donk barn. Now, Dave, not noted for winning with first-time starters, but very capable of winning with first-time starters. And you could see the influence from Solomon here, the kind of flashy chestnut look to her. Looks very fit. Usually, like I think of Dave kind of racing horses into condition. I think this filly is fit and ready to go. He also reached out to Jose Ortiz, who's been riding extremely well, and she's just acted very professionally on the racetrack. I like what I'm seeing from the Salamini filly, and money's coming in. So obviously she's kind of tipped her hand in her morning trials that she has some ability. The 3 sorority party, I do think will improve off of her first start, and I think she's going to appreciate getting to the dirt here. I'm seeing more of a dirt filly, light frame filly, moving really nicely on the racetrack, getting that good warm up under Irad Ortiz right here. And then the 5-horse, Kara's Time, also taking money. Mitch Friedman, very capable horseman, maybe not noted for winning with firsts. She's been pretty tough to handle. She came out on the track, acted up pretty badly. You could see now, even with the pony, the outrider took a hold of her. She's just not happy with having someone taking a hold of her that's not on her back. Jose Lascano did a phenomenal job not coming off of her on the racetrack. She wheeled and kind of took off with him, and he sat her extremely well. Obviously, she must have ability because she's taking meaningful money here as well, but she has been the one out of this whole group that has been the most green, guys.
Thanks, Richie. I think the thing we learned most is that Richie not a Leonard Skinner fan because he didn't even mention Play Freebird.
Oh, you know he shouted it sometime at some party. I'm
You
sure
know,
you
I
have
don't
as
see
well.
Richie. I regret Leonard Skinner played at SPAC in 1975 when I was in high school, and I didn't go. And it's one of the concerts I regret not going to.
I know when you build that time machine, that's the first place you're going.
No, but I regret that and the Talking Heads Stop Making Sense tour. Follow along all the action, get all the stats on horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule and download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. So I think the question, I guess, based on what Richie said with Kara's Time, is whether or not she's expended a little too much energy before the race.
And thinking, you know, when you talk about the distance kind of pedigree that there is underneath, of course, she's just making her first start as a 2-year-old, but you'd think that she'd probably be able to stretch out and go longer going forward. So maybe it doesn't mean as much as it might mean for another horse that might not have that kind of stamina. On the other hand, it's not exactly what you want to see with horses going to the gate at short prices.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. I think when you see it, trainers know their pedigrees. And when they're getting them started at 5 horse, like the Tappet that won for Todd Pletcher, actually looked pretty good the other day. Got like a 76 buyer, I think. Otherwise, could be a Schuylerville or Adirondack winner coming up at Saratoga, much faster than the stake, the Astoria. I always feel like it's a good sign when it's kind of counterintuitive, one with more of a distance-type pedigree making their start, because it basically means they're ready to run.
Exactly, and probably going to show a little bit of early interest as well. This one is pretty working pretty well. So is the number 2, May Princess, couple of bullet works.
Yeah, I'm always rooting for Dave Donk to do well in here, and we'll see if the 1, Sun and Wind, is not getting bet at all, but a lot of these Rudy Firsters, they have speed. It doesn't hurt to have Joel Rosario. The 2-year-old's almost loaded the gate. We'll get the call of the first race and all the races today from the voice of the New York Racing Association, John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, May Princess along with Sun and Wind. And there goes Kara's Time on the outside. Kara's Time quickly. The leader here by 3 parts of a length. Sun and Wind down at the rail runs in second. May Princess and Sorority Party. Those two are right together, third and fourth. And then it's a break of 6 lengths. Back to a Play Freebird. And a Dreamery is the trailer. Kara's Time leads by a length and a quarter through an opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. May Princess is in second. Sun and Wind down towards the rail in third. Sorority Party has dropped back here and is being asked for more, not responding. The field is in the stretch. Kara's Time is the leader. Sun and Wind trying to get off the inside there. May Princess is to her outside. Sun and Wind has now gotten off the rail, but is still 2 lengths behind Kara's Time. Kara's Time in front. May Princess, Sun and Wind, both of them gaining here in deep stretch as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the opener. Kara's Time holds on just in time for Kara's Time, defeating May Princess and Sun and Wind.
Well, great job by Jose Lezcano with Kara's time, Sarah. Broke maybe a step slowly, but quickly took the lead in here and just held on.
Exactly, and not taking anything away from her, letting her go on and get into position to able to take this field gate to wire, and not letting those pre-race antics get psyched out, get either of them too psyched out about it, as he was just calm and allowed her to use her speed. Ended up being just enough.
Yeah, happy for Mitch Friedman getting the win with this one. They paid quite a bit for this horse at the 2-year-old sale, and nice to see the horse get up for the victory. It does feel like the two May Princess got second, narrowly over Sun and Wind, who had to extract herself from the rail. But, you know, once again with Rudy, right, with Sun and Wind, they don't seem to get bet, but his horses, his 2-year-olds at this time of the year are almost universally ready to go first time out.
And this is something that you mentioned on Talking Horses as well earlier this morning, that he knows that a lot of trainers are pointing their 2-year-olds to the Saratoga meet to run in those races and not necessarily focusing on our 2-year-old races here. So he's able to do some more winning with those 2-year-olds here as opposed to waiting for that meet.
Yeah, Jose Lezcano apparently was thrown from the winner after the race. We are waiting to get an update on what his situation is. He is down on the racetrack, but we will get an update on that as soon as we can. As we head to break, America's Day at the Races will continue with a little bit of a break, and we'll come back to talk about Anna House.
De Marchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races, presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Well, we've had a lot of entertainment here, watching even from our perch, Sarah. And Jose Lezcano wins the award of most courageous man of all time. First we saw him, he was down on the racetrack. Then he sat up, which was good news. Then he got up. And then he ran back over to his mount to apparently get back on him. So Jose Lezcano not only got her to settle, he wins the race. He's down on the track, and he runs over the horse.
I know,
He's my hero.
we're looking over on mid-sentence, and we're nervous that everything is okay or not, and clearly he ends up being okay. And then the immediate concern, of course, is where's my horse? He goes over, hops back on, and now they're going to go get their picture taken.
That's really great stuff, and so glad to see, of course, most importantly, that Jose is doing well and the horse is okay as well. Well, we do want to talk about today's 8th and featured race, which did have a major scratch when the number 2 Amaretti came out. That's going to make Cupid's Heart, who's 7-5 in the line, but probably would have been 4-5 in the line if you knew about the scratch. And Cupid's Heart if she can get back to her better races, she might be too good for these, Sarah.
And you could argue as well that her race before she ended up going up to the bench was just a little bit too far for her. Maybe she didn't appreciate the off going quite as much. So we're going to take a look at her win on October 23rd, and she's also one that can be forwardly placed as well.
Oh, I agree. And with a scratch of Amoretti, it takes some of the speed out of there. Royal Poppy, who breaks inside of her, has a little bit of speed, so she can stalk, she can go to the front. And I guess the biggest question with her, because she's going to be a short price, is she has a lot of gaps, a lot of layoffs. And sometimes those horses come back and they just aren't as good.
And that's always a question when you have these horses returning off a little bit of a freshening. Now for her, it's been a little bit longer. It's been quite some time since we've seen her at the racetrack, but there's just a lot going in her favor today into this race. I wouldn't be too enthusiastic about trying to beat her, particularly with that other speed horse coming out.
I agree. Cali Magic, I guess, is one that maybe you want to look to if you're looking for alternatives, given the entry with Irad Ortiz on one of them. Cali Magic, very adept ride of Manny Franco, taking advantage of the dearth of speed. I believe one of the speeds may have gotten left in here or even scratched the gate. But she was down towards the inside, which was not the place to be on this day at Aqueduct.
And I know you're so adept at finding these track biases and being able to take these horses out of those races and hope that they get more fair surface next time. And usually it's a much improved performance. And of course, Manny Franco, also a rider, very good at assessing where paces are or are not developing and taking advantage of those situations.
Yeah, and she does have some races that are good enough. She had an excuse in her prior race, maybe if you're looking for a little bit more of a price. Heading down to the winner's circle, where the courageous, to say the least, Jose Lezcano gets the win for trainer Mitch Friedman in race number 1. $8.10 on this first-time starter, who Mitch Friedman had ready roll for owner Richard Greeley.
And an eventful trip to the winner's circle for the two of them. Just great that everybody is okay. And it was a pretty impressive win by her. She didn't break that well, but was able to end up controlling.
Nice here getting done. Well, I don't think Jose Lezcano wants to brag about his stuff, so Richie's with the owner, Richard Greeley.
Yeah, but I did talk to Jose and asked, exactly what happened. And he said he turned around to gallop her back, and she actually just stumbled, missed a step. So it wasn't the greenness that she showed before the race, but obviously she can run. And Rich, we were talking, off camera. Paid $175,000 for this filly, and I mean it's looking like she's worth every penny of it.
I hope so. I usually don't go that high. I try to stay 75 to 100 on the New York breds. They're getting tougher and tougher, these New York breds. As you know, you're here. They're tough. Like, hopefully, she's got to go against winners next. So then we'll see what she's made of.
Well, she took a lot of money. Obviously, she had kind of tipped her hand before she ran.
Yeah, she had a couple nice works. They actually. I think that one gate work, she went 45 and change or something. Yeah, she was moving. Yeah, she's doing well. Getting her out here was a little difficult, as you could see. She's a little precocious and jumping around on her feet. But we're proud of her, and I got to thank Randy Bradshaw and Rich Saber, who picked her out, because they did a great job. Randy trained her right from the beginning. He said, this is a real racehorse, and normally it doesn't pan out like this. You know that, right? So I'm glad. I'm happy.
Man, we can't get your trainer, Mitch Friedman, to get in a win picture.
I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe he's camera shy.
Well, guys, the filly wasn't camera shy. She got it done first time out. We'll work on getting Mitch in the winner's circle.
Today's my birthday, actually. One on my birthday. What's better than that? Yes.
I like it. You gave yourself a birthday present.
Yes. All right.
Guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What could be a happier birthday than to get your first-time starter home? So happy birthday to Richard Greeley getting it done. And if you find Mitch Friedman in the winner's circle, he got lost getting there because he has no interest in being there.
If they're feeling superstitious, I feel like they got it all out of the way already, but you never know.
Mitch, the important thing is that the Philly got it done and everybody's okay. It's nice to see them getting it done. A lot of good stuff happening out here, and we had a nice event here the other day, as I believe we're going to talk a little bit about the graduation at Anna House and Anna House and all the work that Michael Dubb, of course, has done with Anna House and Face House and Saratoga as well. It's something that we're all very proud of here, and the way opportunities to give back to all the people who work on the backstretch here, and in this case, their kids.
And so much of racing doesn't happen without all of the involvement that we have from all of the horsemen behind the scenes that you don't necessarily see as much. So great to see us being able to help give back to them and make sure that their kids are taken care of during the day.
No question, the people that allow us to not have to work for a living and come out to the racetrack and make our living out here. But a lot to talk about as we head out and take a look at Anna House and Michael Dubb, who is so intricately involved in Anna House and Face House as well.
It's close. A dandelion.
Terrifying. No, it's a daffodil.
No, it's a dandelion. And dandelions grow in the grass. It's considered a weed. Okay, guys, have a great day. It's a dandelion. People ask me, what's been your greatest moment in horse racing, and what's your greatest win? And I don't hesitate, the Belmont Child Care Association is the greatest thing I've been involved in. And it's not me, it's we. I mean, this is a team effort. Jerry said, the kids at the track, of the people who work there, they're sleeping in cars, they're left unattended, there's nobody to care for them. It would be a great idea to build a daycare center. Jerry, I'm a builder. I've always wanted to do something for kids. I'll do it. And I always thought I would build a daycare center and ride off into the sunset. But here I am, addicted to horses and addicted to the daycare center. Picture going into school and you have a problem with, understanding what the teacher says. So we eliminate that. And now you're going into school and you're actually ahead of what the teacher is teaching. Think of the confidence it instills. So we put the children in such a great position to excel, and they do. And it's great. And the parents have complete peace of mind. Not only are the kids being cared for, but they're given such a strong foundation and such great love and affection. And when they come out of here, they're really ready for preschool, and they get into preschool and they excel. It's like having a strong foundation on your house. And they don't necessarily go away at pre-K. They come back for after-school programs. They come back and do volunteer work. They come back and help out. So the pleasure of watching these children, grow up and be successful and be good people is just, enormous, because we know that it all begins with the foundation, and that's what we do. It's the greatest gift. I mean, if you said to me, win the Kentucky Derby or this, I would choose this. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I'd like to do both, but that's a different story.
The BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association, is such a terrific program, and I imagine a number of you have supported them. Head over and check out the BCCA website. Of course, there's the graduation this year over at Anna House. And I'm really excited, though, that last year, the last couple of years, able to open Face House in Saratoga as well. Face House located across the street, just a little farther down Union Avenue away from town, but just basically across the street from the racetrack, and there's Face House. And also supporting the kids. And the programs here, this is the summer camp program, which the Racetrack Chaplaincy of New York is sponsoring. And they do need some donations. There was a terrific story about it, which was on the Thoroughbred Daily News the other day. Actually, I tweeted it out to get it out there to people. And it's for 25 or so kids to go to the summer camps up in Saratoga so they can come up, keep the families together when they go to Saratoga, so the kids can do something great during the day. And, of course, the chaplaincy and Umberto and his wife as well have done so much for them, Karen Chavez, and so many others have done a lot. And, so we can't tell people to give your money, but if you're in a position where you can give a couple dollars even, it's not a bad thing to check out. Check out the Racetrack Chaplaincy and helping them support that summer camp program, an absolutely terrific program. And thanks so much to so many people that work so hard to make those things happen. There's a lot more to come here on America's Day Races. Chad Brown looking for his fourth Wild Applause, and we'll talk about one of my favorite fillies, Wild Applause, when we come back from a break.
Vote for a horse with strong family values and the performance to back it up.
It's going to be early voting in the opener.
And early voting wins the Withers wire to wire.
He took his campaign to Pimlico with a classic win in the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes.
Epicenter trying to gain late. It's early voting to take it from Epicenter, a length and a half.
Early voting. Gun Runner's only classic winner. New to Coolmore America.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Sarah Albadwi, Andy Serling, and our good friend Richard Migliori as well. As we start out the day here at Belmont Park, I want to let people know about the Saturday contests here at Belmont Park. $300 to enter. You have until 5 o'clock today. If you head on over, $300 buy-in cash and seat prizes, head on over to NYRA.com/contests for more information. You still have about 3.5 hours to sign up. Wild Applause, well, she lost the test as the favorite to Sintra, and she came back and made her turf debut against older fillies and mares and ran off with the Diana.
And that was just 11 days later, which is not something you see now in racing.
Saw it back then.
and it was more of a frequent occasion back then, but I mean, just the margin that she was able to separate on this field. And I watched her test this morning and took a look at this race yesterday and today, and just really being able to see what kind of career she was able to put together.
She was a daughter of Glowing Tribute, and she's a half-sister to Sea Hero, and the Sea Hero statue, of course, in the paddock at Saratoga, really to commemorate her owner, Paul Mellon, whose Rokeby stable was such a huge part of racing here, and so many memories of great horses from Rokeby, including one of my favorite, Java Gold. But Glowing Tribute, a tremendous producer, and she was one of the later crops of Northern Dancer, who also a great turf sire. She paid $9.40 being the older horses in what was her turf debut, and I'm not sure, but may have been her final career start. I don't know. One after that?
Yep, she's fifth.
The Wild Applause, Chad Brown, who's had such a stamp on so many of our turf races here over the last decade or so. He's got 2 in here as he looks to win his 4th. Tax Implications is one they were very high on as a 2-year-old, and I would say greenness probably prevented her from getting the job done here in the Chelsea Flower.
I couldn't agree with you more. She was far back early, but she had displayed a nice turn of foot on debut, and she goes about doing the same thing in here, just really lugging in a couple of times throughout the stretch, and we'll see the jockey trying to correct her. She keeps wanting to lean in towards the rail, and ultimately I think that ends up costing her the win, as you do as well.
Yeah, you know, some people would have noted, and I think I may have even said of the race, Manny was a little overconfident. He may have weighed a bit. In retrospect, I don't believe it's the case at all, because if she hadn't lugged in on him, she would have won the race. So it really was more that she was a bad actor, and Chad Brown has won this race in 22, 19, and 16. He'll look for another win, in this case 2 in a row, something he has never done before. But he's going to face some other major players in here, particularly Breathaway, a horse he was able to beat last time out down at Pimlico.
Yes, and I mean, that's a horse as well that she has been running the better buyer speed figures in the past and getting a little bit unlucky perhaps in her races, but also had the opportunity to save quite a bit of ground in that hilltop.
I don't know if she was unlucky. She's not like to lose, like we're all unlucky when we lose, but she got great trips and great rides in both of her races.
Yes, she's the horse to beat, but I think we can definitely make a case against her with some other horses that are a little bit more lightly raced and have room to improve.
A wild applause. Dancing Renee on Sunday. Dancing Renee came up in an absolutely terrific race. Riders are up in the paddock for race number 3, and we'll take a look at, I want to say, the number 3 horse in race number 3, and that is the favorite, Catch the Party, for Michael Dubb, as he gets some good 3 to 5.
Of course.
Good karma from the Anna House video.
I mean, how often does it happen that we talk about a feature and then their horse wins?
Well, when Irad Ortiz is on them, they're all over bet. And this is a horse that is a bit pace compromised. And I think the major competition, the 2 Barrage and the 6 Agent Creed, they both have plenty more speed than he does, and that could compromise his chances.
And I think many are going to see that trip last time where the horse didn't break that well and think that now this horse was compromised and could run a better race. But this is a horse that, just as you mentioned, likes to come from further back.
And there is Michael, still trying to win the Derby. He's got the Anna House thing done. Now he can concentrate on winning the Derby, but Michael's been a huge owner in the game and a big part of New York racing for a long, long time. And obviously his philanthropic efforts, particularly with the BCCA, are extremely important stuff.
Of course, and he's one that's been a part of many partnerships with some horses that come to mind. Monomoy Girl, Uni, plenty of success in the game so far, but great that he's started something to really give back to keeping racing going in New York.
No question about it. It is the most important thing that any of us can be involved in. But 3 to 5 and Catch That Party. It's got to the point, Sarah, where as handicappers, you have to look to pick against most Irad Ortiz horses. We saw the one in the first race. There was no reason to like that horse. That horse was like a favorite just because. And while this horse should be favored, Catch That Party, 3 to 5 is preposterous.
Exactly, and this is something you mentioned about a race yesterday with the opener, that horse being 2 to 5. That horse should have been the favorite, Mount Up, but not that short
Should have been
of a
about 6 to
price.
5. Won a desperate 3-horse photo by the barest of noses. Was extraordinarily lucky to win, but winning doesn't make you the right price. Just as losing doesn't make you the wrong price.
Right.
I mean, there are horses you'll bet that are too big a price that lose, and there are horses you bet that are too short a price that win. We'll see what happens here. And this looks like the speed. Trevor McCarthy riding boss making boss moves for trainer David Duggan, but is he a turf horse?
I have the same question as you do. I really would have liked him had we had more rain and this race came off the turf, as he has quite a bit more dirt for him to go on.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, they were definitely hoping the rain came. He looked like he was pretty live.
Yes.
The rain.
Yes.
The number 2 is Barrage. Could he be the speed with Dylan Davis for trainer Ray Handel?
I think they have to be more aggressive early with him. He showed some early interest last time, maybe a little bit more so today.
And here's Catch That Party. Irad riding for Mike Maker.
I think we're just going to see the trip last time. He broke slow, but this is a horse that has had a lot of chances and always does well, maybe not 3 to 5 well.
Yeah, he's a deep closer in a paceless race. That's not a great thing. Grape Nuts Warrior. No longer with Chad Brown. Fernando Abreu has this one with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Jockey changed to Pratt. Maybe he's a little bit more aggressively ridden and not as far behind today, but that's a big maybe.
Battle Scars, another closer, Kendrick Carmouche riding for Jamie Begg.
I have pace compromise written in my notes for him. He also comes out of that same race as Barrage and Catch That Party.
Can Joel Rosario now? What is Ray Handel going to do? He has the 2 potential sort of stalkers with Agent Creed. This one for Joel Rosario.
Perhaps has to send one of them or hope that they are both a little bit more forward in here. This horse is second off a layoff, ran pretty evenly last time out.
Let's take a look at the start of the race where all 3 of the 2, 3, and 6 come out of, but particularly want us to watch the start because Catch That Party this is uncharacteristic. He's not a horse with speed, but he got badly left here.
Oh, yeah. There's a trip, no question here. It's just how much do you really think that matters going forwards? And we see Barrage right now, who's the number 9 horse, a little bit further back as well, though he ends up moving up quite a bit more. This is a horse that was always going to be further back early on, but that was a decent amount of being left.
That was severe. And when you consider the race was 1 wire to wire, it was another paceless race where Flavian Pratt sensed the lack of pace and sent a horse who's more of a closing type, Hush of a Storm, to the front end. And frankly, this was a very good effort from Catch That Party, but I'll say something. The 1 mile on the Widener, I think this was a mile on the Widener, is a much better race for a deeper closer than these 2-turn mile and 1/8 races, which usually feature very soft paces. His style isn't suited to this race.
No, and neither is the competition, right? I mean, there isn't a lot of confirmed speed going into this race that would set up for a horse like this regardless. So you're just taking way, way too short of a price on a horse that has a lot of things against him going in here.
No question about it. Richie, you got any thoughts for us?
Yeah, I do, guys. We'll start with the 2 Barrage. They come out of the same race. Now, obviously, Catch That Party had difficulty at the break, but I also think he's a horse that kind of causes some of his own problems. And Andy, I think you said something, extremely insightful, that the way the mile and eighth races run on the turf here, they just don't go fast usually. They jump out and it moderates pretty quick because of that short run into that first turn. And I think it hurts a horse with, a deep closer like Catch That Party, where I think Barrage, at the very least, can be forward. I think tactically he's just got a big advantage. So I'll take 7-2 on Barrage. On Barrage, over 4-5 on Catch That Party. I just think he projects to work out a better trip. Could not look any better from a physical perspective. Ray Handel's barn is running good. And I think horses and barns tend to, when they go good, there's a good atmosphere, a good energy in the barn. And I'm a true believer that horses feed on positive energy. I will say this, Boss Making Boss Moves, the one horse, he is absolutely physically the best turned out horse in this race. Just feel like he's maybe on the wrong surface. I was talking with Dave Duggan, and he says he just wants to run all day. I think they're looking to be more forward and just allow his stamina to be a strong suit. But again, I just question the surface. I think he'd be better getting back to the dirt.
You wonder a little bit, Sarah, if when trainer David Duggan entered Boss Making Boss Moves, at that point, they were talking about 1.5 inches to 2 inches of rain between yesterday and today, and he was probably thinking, there's a good chance this race comes off the turf, so maybe I'll try him on the turf. Richie talks about the distance. He has speed, but he was really thinking there's a better chance to race on the dirt. It didn't work out that way.
As many of us were. I know we were planning for a little bit more rain than we've been able to get so far, which for us it's a good thing, but perhaps for Boss Making Boss Moves, it's not quite the same. He made a lot of sense if this race ended up coming off. He's run on turf before, but not particularly well. So I like what Richie's saying about the positive comments about his appearance. Perhaps from the rail, they are a little bit more aggressive with him, but I just like him better on a different surface.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where the circumstances are very favorable to him in the turf race. So if he's ever going to run reasonably well on the turf, today's the day. And if he doesn't, then they can say, we've answered the turf question, we'll move on, he'll be in the dirt going forward. It's tough to find spots for him going forward because he's not quite good enough for the New York bred stakes going longer right now. He won the Albany, and maybe they have that in the back of their pocket, back pocket thinking, we're going to Saratoga, maybe he likes it up there.
It's also a possibility. I think that he's one that's shown that he can handle a little bit of a wetter surface as well if that happens in the future. I also maybe wonder if he wants to go even longer than this 1 1/8, perhaps maybe some of those marathon distances.
Grape Nuts Warrior took some money early, and this horse that used to be with Chad Brown, actually named for one of the original owner, Tom Coleman's father, known as the Grape Nuts Warrior. It was a positive name, a lovely guy, as a matter of fact. But it's just like he has a very similar running style to Catch That Party, and I just don't think he's as good.
I think that he was a little bit more forwardly placed last time out at Gulfstream, but the pace was not that hot early either. We know that Flavien Prat is able to take advantage of these paceless races on many occasions, but do you really think that he's going to be in front? I don't know.
No.
I'd have to see something very different for that to happen.
If he's in front, there are a lot of riders in here that are riding poorly.
Yes.
Now, Flavien may get him more in. Yes, but Flavien may get him more in the game, and that could help him out. I just don't think he's good enough. I don't think he was that good, frankly, with Chad Brown. His recent form seems to be a little bit worse.
And he was so overbet when he was with Chad Brown as well. I know a lot of that. IRAD, Chad money as well. But he's one that there are some positives if you do like him, as well as the price he is right now. But I agree with you that this probably is not the kind of class that he's able to be competitive against.
But he's 6-1 if you like him. Catch That Party, he's 3-5. Sarah's going to try to beat him with the number 6, Agent Creed. And did Richie take my horse, Barrage, or did he take 8?
Yes.
So Richie and I took Barrage.
He stole your idea.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, that Richie. He's such a thief. Johnny I with the call of race number 2.
They're all in. And they're off. Barrage and Grape Nuts Warrior. And on the outside, Agent Creed. And down at the rail, Boss Making Boss Moves. They go into the clubhouse turn. Boss Making Boss Moves and Barrage. Those two are right together. They've got a length and a half on Grape Nuts Warrior in third. Then a break of 3.5 to Catch That Party, who is down at the rail alongside his Agent Creed. And the trailer is Battle Scars in 6th. Barrage has the lead here by a half length. Boss Making Boss Moves runs in second with Grape Nuts Warrior next and third, and the favorite Catch That Party advances down towards the rail. Opening quarter went in 23-3. Agent Creed is in the fifth, and farther back, Battle Scars is the trailer. Barrage is the leader here by a length and a half. Then Boss Making Boss moves, along with Catch That Party and Grape Nuts Warrior. Those three together. Break of 2 to Agent Creed. 3.5 more to Battle Scars. Half mile went in 48 and 1/5 seconds. It is Barrage, the one to catch here, in front by a length. Boss Making Boss moves in second. On the outside is Grape Nuts Warrior. The gray Catch That Party is down at the rail and now moving up. Barrage in front, right behind the trio of Boss Making Boss moves, Catch That Party, and Grape Nuts Warrior. Then comes Agent Creed, who is gaining ground from fifth. Battle Scars is last, off the turn into the stretch. Here comes Grape Nuts Warrior. Catch That Party looking for a way off the inside. Now moves to the outside as Agent Creed goes right on by. Coming on now. What is it as they come for the finish? Agent Creed, Catch That Party. Rod Jr.
He got it again. Eventually, here in the late down.
Do you think that Joel realized that Cat Party was coming in time? Because you see him riding,
he's riding
hands
very,
and
very
heels as he does well, but then there's a quick look, and then he's like, oh, I got to ride a little bit more.
Because I think when he looked, he was still riding. I think he looked because he heard him coming. But I don't know. Maybe Richie has different thoughts. I don't think Joel did anything wrong. I'm sure he'll get blamed on Twitter.
Oh, I don't think he did anything wrong. I just don't know if
Richie?
he quite knew.
This was a pretty miraculous win, huh?
Yeah, hey guys, I honestly, listen, the winner was best, didn't break well, had, more than enough trouble, had a, steady when the race was going forward and hanging out. But keep an eye on this ISO here. Joel Rosario, who I am a big fan of, he went to sleep here. He thinks he has the race won, hands and heels. Now watch how he slows down. Look, watch this. Now he looks, oh, now I got to start riding again. Now, again, the 3-horse was best. But sometimes you've got to go on. You can't just sit and wait until that horse has got momentum again. You might have been able to open up a little bit more and been able to hold on. I really do think Joel made a big mistake here.
Okay, well, Sarah agrees with you. I don't, but that's what racing world goes around. I'm not sure what else he could have done. He was in full stride, but obviously Richie feels that way, and we respect Richie's opinion. But the case is, Catch That Party, as Richie said, he was best in here, however you cut it out. We'll take a look at the break as well.
Yeah, he got left yet again. And you were mentioning that this is not typical of him in the past, so perhaps a bad habit that he definitely wants to correct going forward, because he's not going to be able to get that kind of trip again all the time.
When these older horses start developing those habits, there's usually a reason for it. It's probably something that will continue. But it was a pretty amazing effort, and give Irad a lot of credit for getting in position and remaining patient. As we're getting ready to take a break, America's Day at the Races is really just getting started. A lot more action here. And he didn't win the Kentucky Derby, but a lot of us feel he may have run the best race that day. Well, two Phils. He stayed away from the Triple Crown, but he's headed to Cleveland, the normal place for the best horse in the Derby, to make his next start. America's Day at the Races continues.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Phils on the inside. Right a hole of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliore here in the winner's circle, a familiar place for Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad, catch that party. You really did a great job getting him into the race after he didn't brake particularly well.
Last time he come from a little layoff and he missed the break. He run good. The mile was a little short for him. He was running in the end, and 3 mile and 8 was a little much better for him for his style, and he missed the break again. So tried to help him and get a better position, and I ended up in a good position for me. I mean, looking the race, I thought I was following a horse gonna take me all the way to the quarter pole for sure. Dylan horse last time run big, so I just follow him. I ended up going to the quarter pole, a little traffic. I have nowhere to go. I kind of wait steady and tip him out, but he overcome everything I tried to do and respond well on the end. He always, when he hit the clear, he give me a good turn foot.
Well, I was watching ride the race, and I thought, man, you got a perfect trip getting that pocket position. And Barrage, Dylan's mount, I thought would carry you as well. But when he stopped, you had to go to plan B. But, man, he really has a turn of foot.
Yeah, he does. And that's what he did. I just trust him, and he got the job done.
Last guy, obviously, food poisoning. You actually... Well, you're riding right now? It's like you miss a day.
If you the outside horse,
first. No, how many?
The Kentucky Derby is almost remarkable, the mile and a quarter. In my opinion, two fills, if he continues that form going forward, could become the best 3-year-old in the country.
It's completely possible, and he has the numbers to back him up as he ran another triple-digit buyer on synthetic at Turfway before going into that Kentucky Derby effort. We just got news about a jockey change for him as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gerald Loveberry not able to ride him. Gerald Corrales has the mount on him. So the Loveberry gets back in form. I thought he rode him very well in the Derby. Took some unfair abuse, in my opinion. Hopefully he's okay, but Gerardo Corrales, excuse me, will be filling in. Is he really going to be 8-5? Because Bishop's Bay is going to take some money in here, and rightfully so.
I mean, he will be, I think it's still a pretty short price, because even though we have Bishop's Bay coming in who's going to take money based on those connections, it's Brad Cox, but two fills after that monster effort coming out of the Kentucky Derby, and it's not like that was his first big race either. He's
consistent races in graded stakes leading up to that as well.
But and I look, I completely agree with you. The other horse is Brad Cox, and he just lost Arcangelo by a nose in a race that maybe a very interesting matchup, but you don't see the Ohio Derby getting a matchup like that, though one of my favorite horses, Skip Away, ran the Ohio Derby after finishing second in the Belmont Stakes. Here are those 3-year-old stakes schedule, and the big ones, the Jim Dandy and Travers up in Saratoga. We're looking for them along with the Haskell. The Ohio Derby's going to have a say with those 2 runners as well. The West Virginia Derby, which I believe has been moved to the night.
Really?
Is it Sunday night? I think they're running. They've had some situations where they've run on top of the Whitney.
Oh,
and
we
it's
don't
been
want that.
foolish in the past, and of course the Pennsylvania Derby as well afterwards. But Saratoga, it is just 20 days from today is the start of the meet, and we're looking so forward to getting up to Saratoga as well. And it's going to be a really, really great summer, as it always is up there. And I know this you're particularly excited about. We've just announced the giveaways.
We don't even have the stuff.
Yeah, but Sarah's excited because Sarah would normally get there at 5 in the morning to get all her presents for the year, and now you're going to try as a NYRA employee to steal some somehow.
I tried to get some of that bag for Father's Day, but unfortunately it was a very strict situation. But look, we have the cooler. It's a fun cup that you can bring to the track. We have a nice bag available.
I like the Gilligan's Island hat to start it out.
I
you
know. I see you in that on the next show, probably. You got the
Yeah.
T-shirt. You'll have that matching. The hat as well. I guarantee it.
I want to get Paulie LaDuca to maybe model the bucket hat.
I want him to have all the items at once. The bag, the cooler, the hat, the shirt.
I think he's an appreciation of finding work for him, modeling the giveaways, but I know they are very popular in Saratoga, but a lot of good stuff going on there. And we're pretty excited as well. We're going to have 6 Saturdays of 3 hours of our broadcast will be on Big Fox. We'll, of course, be broadcasting all day, every day from Saratoga on Fox, but on the big network, 3 hours on 6 of the Saturdays. So there's going to be a lot of exciting stuff going on up there.
Absolutely. We had our big Fox show for Belmont. It'll be nice to see what happens coming up at Saratoga with those shows as well.
And Sarah mentioned the half to Justify, who was sired by Curlin, who stands at Hillendale Farm, and Spell on You making his debut in race number 3. Quick break. America's Day at the Races will continue.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
The nation's #1 horses of racing age sale. Since its inception in 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, 75 stakes winners, and over $75 million in racetrack earnings. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, plus graded stakes winners Newgrange, Greeley and Bend, and Middle Eastern stars Scotland Yard and Electability. July selected horses of racing age. Monday, July 10th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
For the first time I ever entered the gates of Alapa, at first I was pretty nonchalant. I've seen a lot of farms, and I came here and the gates opened, and for me it was magical. It was like something I've never seen before. You know, the goal has always been to sort of try to have a vibrant thoroughbred farm, a bucolic, unique setting, respectful of all the buildings, everything in the past. It's a bit eclectic because Mr. Sims, one of the original owners of the farm, bought a horse from Europe called Prince Palatine, who I think is the third grandsire of Prince Quillo, a very prominent horse in Europe. And the horse died in a barn fire, and he said, oh, no horse will ever die here in a fire again. So everything he built was stone and concrete, which today the challenge is that first in craftsmanship, availability of materials, and the expense would be impossible. So everything is here, is done in stone. Our primary goal is obviously to be a great thoroughbred farm, to be the best we can be, stand the greatest stallions, raise the best horses. I believe the land gives us this opportunity. All our neighbors have been voices of the past of greatness. It's beautiful, but what are we here to see? Midnight Pursue or Take Charge Brandy, or here's a yearling by Tappet, and here's a yearling by Into Mischief, and well, it's beautiful, and you're here to see Curlin. Beautiful, and you're here to see Go Sapper. He's an old veteran, but a great sire, great broodmare sire. Very excited about Army Mule, undefeated horse that we own with St. Elias. They're yearlings this year. Good Magic yearlings this year. Champion son of Curlin. I view the Stallion Barn as a NFL, NHL, college, any kind of team. Constant recruitment, try to get the best athlete you can. There's a great past, there's a great present, and hopefully there's a great future.
Heard a lot of nice things about Hillendale at Alapa. It'd be a nice place to go visit, of course, and Curlin obviously has done so well at stud, and Good Magic, he seems to be the big guy on the block right now, too.
Really continuing that legacy for Curlin, and I just remember his ad where they go through about how he's one of the classic sires.
The number 2, Spell on You, the daughter of Curlin, making her debut, Richard Migliore in the paddock.
Yeah, and I have to justify a Triple Crown winner, so she already has plenty of residual value as a broodmare if she's not able to run. But I was talking with Jorge Abreu, her conditioner, and he says she's breezed well. He does think that mentally she'll probably be better for a race. And honestly, looking at her, I think she'll be better physically for having a run as well. But she seems like a very level-headed individual, and she does have that monster pedigree, Curlin, out of Stage Magic, that I think that you'll see some ability somewhere, but like I said, a lot of residual value there as a broodmare. Absolute standout here in the paddock from a physical perspective is the 3-horse St. Benedict's Prep. I think she's a major player in this race on paper, and then looking at her from a physical perspective, she gets the double check mark for me. Obviously, coming from a top barn in Chad Brown, you expect him to look good, but she's like a whole nother level of good compared to looking at everybody else in the race. The 5-horse is a little bit interesting to me, Vita Davido. She ran once at Gulfstream sprinting, didn't break particularly well, and she's got a length to her that makes me feel like a mile will be better for her. And I just, you know, she's a lighter framed individual, but that length kind of leads me to believe that the mile is going to suit her well. And I think that her first race looks a little bit better, you know, than it looks on paper. So I think the 5's a little bit interesting here, but the 3 is an absolute standout physically.
You know, it's interesting, Richie, talking about the 3, because I know Chad Brown liked this horse before her 3-year-old debut last time on the turf, because she had been working very well for him, and now he won the race with reflexivity, but I had this feeling, he said, I talked to him after the race, he said, you know, I got it wrong running on the turf. I probably should have run her on the dirt. He said, I thought, you know, the Warfront Dam, she's a little turfy, but she's a flatter, and flatter's not really an effective turf sire, a great dirt sire. But getting back here, some things to like about a horse is a price. I do think Pitch Clock's going to be tough to beat, Sarah. This horse involved in a very fast pace last time out.
She was, and this is one that she's prompting that pace to the outside. The 3rd horse that was 4th won yesterday on turf at another huge price in that race that she was in to debut. And
this is her debut.
This is the race we were mentioning. She might get to slow things down and relax early with that extra furlong now. You know that she's going to be forward in here. And as you mentioned, this was a really great effort first time out from her.
Right. I mean, based on the pace projector, she's supposed to be in front. Based on the races she's run, she's supposed to be in front in this race. And I guess the question for her is the mile, how confident you are. I mean, she is a commissioner. I'm not really sure why the distance should be a real problem. And I think in her first race, she got caught chasing the winner in here and just sort of tired from that effort of chasing the winner. So I think she ran the second best race that day. And it wasn't, to me, it wasn't the distance. It was more the circumstance.
I agree. I think it was the pace that ended up being the difference maker, why she ended up tiring a little bit in there. And Liam's Champ, we haven't seen her run back yet, so maybe not totally sure what she's made of. But Gifted's a horse that's run well, even though she hasn't won to date.
No, she did come back with a much bigger figure in her next start when she finished behind Randomized. A horse that I'm very interested in here is the 4 Stunningly, who... It's very hard to watch her last race because I don't know what they were reinventing the wheel or something with the camera work at Keeneland on the opening weekend. But she had significant trouble in that race, and she had trouble in her prior race at Saratoga. And in that race, she finished about 3.5 lengths behind the number 3 St. Benedict's Prep.
She's one that's interesting. The layoff line's a little bit of concern for her. The dam was all turf, so I wonder if that might ultimately end up being in her future. But as you mentioned, the trouble at Keeneland, and with those replays, I'm glad that they sorted things out with the camera work as the meet went on a little bit so that we could tell what was happening with those horses. If you backed a horse and you didn't get to see what was going on with them during a race, it's an extremely frustrating experience.
Yeah, and it was a tough replay to watch, as I'm sure some people who were watching at home saw. But I think Stunningly had a legitimate tough trip in there, and maybe Joel Rosario, he's looking to make amends, if you believe he had something to do with the horse losing the last race. There's the 2 spelling you, Jorge Abreu and John Gunther teaming up with this one for Dylan Davis.
Gigantic pedigree for this one, as we mentioned, the half to Justify. The other half, Stage Raider, not quite the same as Justify.
As well as the Lieutenant, the number 3 St. Benedict's Prep, owner Michael Dubb et al. Looking to win 2 in a row, Chad Brown and Manny Franco.
Lots to like. The switch back to dirt, stretching out. There's a lot to like about this filly.
Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario teaming up with Stunningly.
Perhaps turf in the future for this one, but some legitimate trouble last time out at Keeneland, and a very fair price right now if you like this one.
And a rare Irad Ortiz horse that's not favored, this one for Danny Gargan, Vita DeVito.
This one has been training up at Saratoga, second-time starter, certainly can improve off that third-place effort on debut.
This horse had absolutely no idea what she was doing the first time she ran. No idea whatsoever. The number 6 Pitch Clock goes out for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt.
You know, she's got some speed. Flavian Pratt's not going to take that away from her. Maybe she gets to relax stretching out now.
The number 7 is Portage. Linda Rice takes over the training this one for Ned Evans.
Another one that might have some turf in the future. The Dam's a grade 3 turf winner. She's a half to grade 2 turf winner. Have at it.
I always like to see those not for loves when they get on the turf and the Dam sire not for love. Hollywood Land, Shug McGay coming off a second at odds on Jose Ortiz.
And those were some very soft fractions that she was involved in. I know that maybe people like to see that she fought on a little bit to the end, but I think she's going to have to get faster to be competitive with this field here.
I agree. She's taking a lot of money, but I agree. The distance not a problem, but as Wayne Lucas said, they all get the distance. It's just a question of how quickly they do it. Head on over to NYRABets.com. If you're not a member of NYRABets, no better time than the present to sign up. Use the promo code BONUS200 and we will match the $200 of your initial deposit. Play any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through NYRABets. The 8 we were just talking about, Hollywood Land. I thought the last race was disappointing. I think one thing some people might like, and she drifts now up to 9-2, is Pitch Clock, a very short price, 7-5, is the cutback from 2 turns to 1 turn. Will that really help her? I don't know. She was setting a slow pace around 2 turns. Shouldn't that have worked out for her?
And isn't she going to have to expend more energy and have more stamina to be able to handle the 1 turn as well?
Well, she's nowhere near the front in this race in all likelihood. So the question is, will the pace be fast enough for her, in my opinion?
And also, can she close then after she showed her the ability to be more forward last time? There's a lot of ifs.
Yeah, I mean, she did run a respectable 65 buyer figure down at Gulfstream Park, which is, sort of fits in with the favorite in here. I just feel like she had no excuse to lose last time out as we're taking a look at Jose Lescano.
This poor guy.
Having an eventful day. We've only been around for about an hour, and the poor guy is like, he's back aboard. A man of great courage, as are they all.
Yeah. Certainly having quite the day for him, but fearless in the face of all of these adversities coming his way.
Let's get more from the MIG.
Yeah, let's talk about the 7 and Jose Lescano first. You know what? I watched him in the first race. That filly stumbled and dropped him coming back. I didn't miss riding that much then. And it's amazing the attitude he keeps, and you do not see any fear or any apprehension from him whatsoever. And these riders, they're a little bit tough and maybe a little bit crazy as well. But I really think Jose Lezcano has been riding in great form, and all of these kind of hard knocks that he's had is just not deterring him a little bit. I'm all about the 3-horse here, guys. St. Benedict's Prep. I just couldn't get past how good she looked physically. And I'd already, when I was doing my handicapping last night, thought that she was a major player here. She pushed me over the top. She touted herself to me. Could not be better turned out than the 3-horse St. Benedict's Prep. I thought that, talking about the 6-horse pitch clock, she did attend very fast fractions last time. And, if she gets to gallop along and get very comfortable, obviously another Chad Brown runner, she's going to be very tough at 7-5. I just prefer the 4-1 now of the 3 St. Benedict's Prep. And I didn't think there was a lot between them. She just pushed me in the direction that I picked her. The 8 Hollywoodland, I kind of watching the replay last time, I just felt like that was a case of where you've got a horse that's showing speed. Sometimes you're better off going a little bit faster. I think you allow everybody into the race when you go glacially slow, and then maybe your horse isn't going to be able to outkick a horse that has a little bit better turn of foot. I think Hollywoodland would have been better off served last time if she was allowed to do a little more early. We talk about it a lot. Some people think riding a front runner is going to the lead and going as slow as you possibly can go. And in effect, it's not. It's about using that speed in a way that puts your rivals at a disadvantage and gives you a distinct advantage. And I think she just gave away any advantage she had last time. But again, guys, I'm about the 3 St. Benedict's Prep.
It takes a lot for Richie to be glad he's not riding. So, and I think those are really interesting things that Richie's saying about riding speed horses, which I agree with also. But it's also a lot of things I've learned about that is from talking to Richie over the years. Use a horse's speed as a weapon. Make the others play your game. When you go that slowly, you're playing their game.
He's absolutely right, and while we're questioning a little bit of the Joel Rosario effect in one of those other races, a great ride by him was in Italian, using her speed, just letting her go and absolutely rip away from the field and not letting those other horses be invited into the race. That was one of his better rides on a speed horse. That's something he does very well.
He rode her to perfection, absolutely. And I think back to a horse like Complexity that Chad Brown had. I was thinking about his race in the Champagne where he set a blistering pace and he was basically just well in front of the field the whole way. And in doing so, the other horses at the half-mile pole, 45 and change of the half, they were in a drive just trying to keep up with him. So he was cruising along, happy on the front end, a fast pace, forcing others to chase to get into the game, and it took away their energy in chasing them. And you don't see a lot of horses that are capable of doing that and still finishing. But if you have a truly talented horse with speed, don't play their game, play yours.
No, and don't take it away from them. You waste so much energy by disagreeing with your horse, and we see it a lot on the turf where horses want to be a little bit more forward, and you see them stack and pack and hold, and the horses bring their heads up because they're spending so much time fighting and not being happy about where they're positioned and being allowed to run freely. You waste a lot of energy by holding and waiting and not allowing them to run
And I
freely.
think that's why Loveberry gave a good ride to Two Phils.
Yes,
he went
let
when
him
the horse
go.
wanted to go. They're heading the gate for a very interesting third race. It starts a middle pick 4. Of course, the pick 6 carryover is going to start in race number 4. Heavy favorite right now, the number 6 Pitch Clock. We'll see how things work out as we head up to get the call from the one, the only, John Embriel. Well, I was a little hasty in setting it up to Johnny I as they're trying to load the number 5, Vita DeVito. And Irad must be thinking, I left last time. Now I got another horse that isn't going to go in, but I guess he's probably happy to be back riding.
Of course, and he's got those house silks on with the infamous white pine that we talked about yesterday on the show.
Is there they put the blindfold on the number 5, Vita DeVito, to go into the gate. Is there a theory from the crazies on substitute silks?
Not one that I've heard, but you could certainly make up any superstition you like at the racetrack.
Apparently House Silks won yesterday. I think it was
Oh,
at
really?
lunch.
Huh. Must have missed it.
I only partook in some of the races yesterday.
Yeah.
Richie?
Yeah, guys, just watching the 5-horse Vita DeVito, you see she was reluctant to load. They put the blindfold on her. And, you know, the conventional wisdom of that is a horse will be more inclined to follow the person leading them. Now, you see they're backing her all the way to the gate, and they'll turn her around, so it disorients her a little bit. Obviously, they've worked with this filly in the morning, and then they'll put her right in the gate. What's different in the United States compared to abroad is the assistant starter will get you in the gate, get the horse set, take the blindfold off. You go to other jurisdictions, other countries, Hong Kong and Europe, they put you in the gate with the blindfold, and it's up to you to get it off before the start comes. And you have to time it so that you get the blindfold off before the start, but not too soon, so the horse acts up. A little tricky, but at least they give you a little handle on top of the hood they put on the horse.
Thanks for that, Richie. It's good stuff. And I'll tell you something I was saying to Sarah off camera. The way the 5 behaved in her debut, Vita DeVito, a very immature horse, I wonder with these actions if we're going to see a horse that really has grown up a lot since that race. I guess time will tell.
Well, she seemed okay prior to getting to the gate. And I think once she was near the gate, that's when she started to get a little anxious and nervous. And great job by the gate crew getting her in and
Let's
loaded.
go up to John and Brielle with a call of race number 3.
Set now for race 3. And they're off. Far outside, Hollywood Land away well. Portage is right there. Vita DeVito now comes on through. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. St. Benedict's Prep down at the rail runs in 4th. Alongside is Stunningly with Pitch Clock now moving up on the outside. A break of 6 or 7 lengths back to the first-time starter Spell on You, who trails the field in 7th. As they move up the backstretch, it is Long Shot Portage who leads here by a length through a quarter and 23 seconds. Hollywood Land, Vita DeVito, they are heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Pitch Clock now moving up on the outside. Pitch Clock moves up a spot. And then we come back to St. Benedict's Prep and Stunningly, and way back is Spell on You. Portage holding the lead here, 3/4 of a length. Hollywood Land and Pitch Clock, they are right together, 2nd and 3rd. Vita DeVito is in 4th, the half mile 46 and 2, and they're closing in on Portage now. Here comes Pitch Clock on the outside. Pitch Clock and Portage are heads apart. Hollywood Land racing in 3rd. Stunningly gains ground on the outside from 4th. Then comes St. Benedict's Prep. They are at the head of the stretch. And it is Pitch Clock on the outside, Portage on the inside. The 2 of them are heads apart inside the 3/16 pole. Pitch Clock is all out with a narrow lead. Portage in 2nd. Stunningly continues to gain in 3rd as they move for the 16th pole. It is Pitch Clock with the lead. Stunningly driving up on the outside. Pitch Clock in front. Stunningly 2nd. Pitch Clock by a length. Stunningly was 2nd. And Portage finished 3rd.
Well, they decided a slightly different tactic with Pitch Clock today. In the first quarter of 23, relatively fast, and it worked out. Pitch Clock able to get the victory in her 3rd start.
And sat just off the pace again, kind of like we had seen from her in the past once we got to the half, where she was a little bit further back early. Portage, pretty game, finishing 3rd, ended up holding on pretty well.
Portage really improved a lot for Linda Rice near. I was sort of with you thinking maybe Linda's prepping on the dirt. And I didn't say, I was going to text her and say, maybe I want to go to the turf with this one. I thought the horse will probably win, so I don't need to tell her that. And he did run very, very well in here, a game performance. And Stunningly, who I liked in here, ran well to finish 2nd, but he had every chance to pick things up in the stretch, was merely 2nd best in this race.
Yeah, ran much better than I think we had seen in the past. And Jose Lascano taking this horse right to the front with the 7. We've talked about what kind of day he's had. He made a very aggressive decision. Ended up working out okay for the longest shot in the field to finish 3rd, but Pitch Clock, I would say confidently the best in here.
Well, I mean, besides the first 3, the rest of the field finished in a different county than them. And, you know, the horse that's weird is St. Benedict's Prep. Richie loved this horse. Loved the way she looked.
She was under
I know
a ride.
Chad Brown had said a lot of that was last time she ran, but obviously he felt that she was doing very well. She was under a ride from Manny was asking around the 5/8 pole and she had nothing.
No, I think she just kind of sucked up for 4th because everybody else didn't really do much running, but she was asked the entire second half of the race.
All right. We're going to take a quick break, but we've got a lot more to come in America's Day at the Races, including a much closer look at the rider who just won race number 3, Flavien Prat. America's Day at the Races continues with much more action from Belmont Park in just a few moments.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by ADR. A lot of people. Claiborne. Claiborne's been with us since the very beginning. Hillendale. Many people. We don't want anybody to be slighted there. And here comes Pitch Clock coming back to the winner's circle. Flavien Prat riding for Chad Brown. Coming in there, and she rated much more kindly today to get it done. Gets it done at 4 to 5, a couple of shorter prices as we head towards that pick 6 carryover. Stunningly runs well to be second best. The Migs didn't buy with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And Flavien, a little change of tactics today. Pitchcock showed good speed in both her first 2 starts, but today she rated kindly.
Yeah, absolutely. She jumped a little awkwardly compared to last time. She was a lot quicker last time. I kind of let her do her thing, and down the backside she was traveling well and did the job from there.
How comfortable were you, though? Because she had to take kickback for the first time and everything, but she seemed to handle it well.
Yeah, but I didn't have kickback for much because then, like I said, I was on the outside and the backside, in the clear, and she was really comfortable.
Flavien, you made the move here last year to New York, and you just got so comfortable and fit in so well, so quickly. How's it been for you? Do you feel like it's been a success? Because outwardly to all of us, it seems like it's been a huge success.
Yeah, I feel a lot better this year, to be honest with you. I kind of know the track now. I know the riders. So I feel a lot more comfortable, got a lot more marks, and so yeah, I mean, hopefully, it gets better. That's the main goal. I've got great support with Chad Brown and other trainers as well that give me opportunity, and I'm really thankful for that. But yeah, like I said, I feel better. It seems like, hopefully we're going in the right direction. I'm pleased here, and I really enjoy riding here. So hopefully we can do that for a long time.
Well, we're all very happy to have you here. Just make a strong jockey colony even stronger. And guys, I watch riders. I love watching good riders. And as far as I'm concerned, Flavien Prat is so complete. There's just no weakness in the game. There's not one thing I can say, I wish he would do this better. He just does everything well.
Well, Richie, you and I agree on that. I think that you watch him ride, his ability to sense the lack of pace in a race and to put a horse in front that may not have speed, he adapts to circumstances as well as any rider in the game.
And completely on the fly, too, which is what you have to do to really have the mental sense of what's going on. He's got a great internal clock. He's able to be more aggressive. And sometimes when riders change where they're going in terms of where they have their tack, it doesn't always work out. It's working out pretty well for him in New York.
No, I agree. He's an exceptional rider. And I think Chad Brown had a lot to do with sort of convincing him to come here. He got the ride on domestic spending, and then he ended up moving his tack here. But the pick 6 is coming up in race number 4, and a carryover $43,180. We have not had a lot of pick 6 carryovers this meet.
No, I feel as though we had a lot more when we were at Aqueduct, but now it's much more infrequent, and there was a pretty high-priced winner, I think 42-1 on Trying My Heart Out, who ended up wiring the field in one of yesterday's races, so congratulations if you had that one. That was a horse that had won on Wood Memorial Day at a huge price as well.
Yeah, no, yesterday that horse, and then the last winner, there were some horses covered. There have been some sequences that seem very hard to hit that have been hit at the meet, and we'll see how things plays out. The carryover $43,180, but we just got a chance to talk to Flavien Prat, but we got a lot more to say about Flavien Prat as well, as we'll take a more in-depth look at Flavien and talk about him and his career as he moved his tack to New York just a little over a year ago today.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast last spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what would you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Rougier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
So Flavien Prat and Jockey have something in common, riding those harness horses. And those are pretty good numbers in his career, winning almost $140 million, over 20% of his mounts. The Preakness with Rombauer, getting put up with Country House as well in the Breeders' Cup wins. And we see him, I feel fortunate to see him day in and day out here. I'm thrilled that he moved his tack here. He's such a good rider.
Such a great addition to an already deep jockey colony, and he really has quite the repertoire that he brings in here. Some of his top horses, of course, one that recently comes to mind, Flightline, last year.
Yeah, no, not bad to ride a horse like Flightline.
No.
And he's getting his chance to ride some top horses. But I think it's also the lesser races, that we see on a day in and day out basis. The times he goes the lead on a horse that doesn't really have speed in a claiming race, an allowance race, Splendid Summer. He was favored, but he really made it happen with that horse. And the horse we were talking about before.
Grape Nuts Warrior.
No. Well, I was thinking the horse that had won the race before, Heart of a Storm.
Ah.
He went the lead of as well, but a lot of good things left to come, including that carryover in the pick six. Starts in race number 4 as America's Day at the Races rolls along.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000. 275, EDF 275,000. 75, Boudica 75, 275,000. 250, Ralph now 250,000. Boudica 2, bit $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, presented by Naira Bets. Play any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets. Head to NairaBets.com and the Pick 6 carryover, starting here in race number 4. And it doesn't start out with an easy race, because form in this race, Sarah, is a bit at a premium.
It is, and I understand why there's this gravitation towards a horse like Chasing Daylight, who is a short price right now, because this is one that does have some speed.
Got some speed. She's got Flavien Prat. I don't know. I mean,
I don't like her at all, but
I'm not a fan. She was 4-5 in a weaker field last time, and it was a somewhat dismal third. It was a better effort than the time before that. I mean, this is a horse that broke her maiden in a promising manner, was laid off a long time, and immediately dropped down her second start. I will say, though, the horse who beat her here, Mersaw, a bit of a price, came back and improved her buyer figure 11 points in her next start. So maybe that's a feather in Chasing Daylight's cap.
I just don't like how they step her up just a little bit after she's not getting the job done at this kind of level. And she does this weird thing that's a little bit more subtle. She looks in and kind of gets out a little bit in the stretch. And I don't love to see that. I don't love to see her coughing up leads either.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either, though I wouldn't be shocked if she wins. I was sort of between the 4 Dashing Della and the 6 Into Happiness. And this is the last time Into Happiness met a field that wasn't just towering over her in talent. And this was back in December, and she ran a race that would make her highly competitive here.
Yeah, I guess it has to be a little bit of a concern that we haven't seen something quite like it, but you mentioned the stiffness of competition she's been facing lately. She's getting some needed class relief today, and she's one that can come from off the pace and pass horses, which is something you like to see. Now, Charging Lady, who was second that day, has run back twice, running second and then a third, kind of running similar figures, so I guess the race is validated, and she's just a very logical alternative if you don't like the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, a turf race running against Spiked and Pharaoh's Heart. I wish she had done a little more running. So I settled on Dashing Della, but I was between those two. Richie, what are you seeing down in the paddock?
Yeah, guys, and listen, when we talk about horses and what we see physically, I like when it correlates with what I see on paper. A horse can only run as fast as they're capable of running. What we're trying to report is when a horse just looks like they have very good overall general good health, right? That they're doing well at the time. Sometimes the better information is like yesterday we saw a horse that the coat was just turned very dry. Horse was taking a lot of money. Reported that I couldn't endorse a horse that looked like that. It just didn't look like the horse was doing particularly well, and the horse ran poorly. So I think if you like a horse and then we say something positive about it, maybe it just gives you a bit more confidence. Again, it's not a beauty contest. It is a race. So the 4 Dashing Della, certainly from a physical perspective, checks the boxes, and I thought she was a legitimate contender in here as well. Nothing I see from her would dissuade me from going forward. I like how she's acting in the paddock, very contained, good energy level, nice coat, like what I'm seeing. The 5 Juliana's Rose, another one, just really well turned out, very rich, hydrated coat, very healthy looking. She's getting some class relief that I think she's been asking for. Gets Dylan Davis, the rider that was aboard for her lone victory. And the 6 Into Happiness, this is just a big, strong daughter of Into Mischief, and I guess that's kind of redundant because it seems like all the Into Mischiefs, whether they're a colt or a filly, are very big, strong individuals. She's well posted outside, and Andy, you said it, she's also getting class relief, and it just should help her be into the race the right way.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Sarah, I know that you have a trifecta play. Is that true?
It's rumored to be true.
We have the trifecta bonus for Naira Bets today. If you opted in for that, a 20% bonus on all tries. You want to enlighten us?
It's like free money. I mean, if you just opt in.
Betting the trifecta is free money?
No. The bonus.
I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Oh, are you going to play my trifecta?
No.
I knew it. The main thing that I'm trying to do with this trifecta is just to keep the favorite out of the exacta. So that's my play in here. It's a $12 ticket. I'm using the 1, 4, 5, and 6 in first and second, and then using just 2, 5, and 6 in third. It's a $12 play. And if you get that favorite Chasing Daylight out of your trifecta, you have a little bit more of an opportunity to make a little bit more money in here.
But what if the finish is 5-6 first? I see. You have to. What if it's 5-6 or 6-5, and then the 1 or 4 finish third? You're not going to have the try.
Well, then when you put out tickets for Naira Bets, this is what happens.
I'm just asking. Okay. Okay.
Maybe if you want to just key the 2 and third, that's another option. You save a little money. Hey.
I'm just asking. Okay. All right, I got you. Try to keep the 2 out of the exacta to hit the try. Okay. I think that's very fair. Boy, the 6 Into Happiness is now favored. That was a little tough to see coming. What worries me with her is she's a bit pace compromised. Even in a perfect world, she does not have much speed.
No, she doesn't. And if you like the favorite in here, Chasing Daylight, and you know that she's going to be forwardly placed, maybe you think the number 4, Dashing Della, is prompting that a little bit, and that leads you to a horse like Into Happiness. But I think she would need a little bit more of a setup than what is likely to happen, at least on paper.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons I took Dashing Della over the 6 was that she is a more forwardly placed horse, and I kind of wanted to be more forward in this race. You know, as far as Juliana's Rose, who I liked her the last couple times. One of the reasons I wouldn't pick her. I failed with her twice. It's enough. Her last race, I know she's taking a big drop, and I'm not going to be surprised if she wins here, but her last race was abysmal.
No, it was not good. I know that she's another one, as you mentioned, she's dropping in class. She's now third off a layoff, but I would have liked to see a little bit more. I know Cinderella's Cause is a horse that is in really good form right now, but she really did not do any running.
Yeah, and the other, of course, difference is Juliana's Rose was in state-bred races, restricted races, whereas Into Happiness was running against opens. And Dashing Della, well, another horse has been running against opens in most of her races. We'll see what happens. I think a lot of it revolves around what you talked about in your trifecta play, what your position is with the 2 Chasing Daylight. You and I are both trying to beat her.
Right, and you're absolutely right about the structure of that ticket. It's one of those situations where I've made this at like 2 o'clock in the morning. But you bring up a great point. You might want to
Well, that's
structure.
encouraging to everybody.
I know. Well, yeah. Just being honest here. I'm all about the transparency.
Maybe a little too honest,
I
but
know.
whatever. Number one, my sweet summer heading out the racetrack. Jamie Torres riding this one for Michelle Giangulio.
I like her a little bit. She's just dropping to a level where she's been a little bit more effective. She only broke her maiden for $50,000, way in over her head last time.
And here's the favorite, or now the second choice, Chasing Daylight, Flavian Pratt riding for.
You know where she's going to be early? I don't know that she's going to be there late.
I don't think we'll be rating this one. How about the 1 for 35 La Aguilala? Aguila? How is a La?
Aguilila?
I don't know. It's an annoying name. David Jacobson and Omar Hernandez Moreno.
She's a reliable board hitter, but certainly not a reliable winner, and really chilly on the board right now.
Irad Ortiz off. Dashing Della going out for Gustavo Rodriguez and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, this one ran on the turf last time out. You can totally toss that race and then just way in over her head for a couple. This is a more realistic spot for her.
I think the theme of this race is
Beat
rejuvenation. There's a lot of horses coming in mediocre form, including Juliana's Rose dropping down, Dylan Davis and Mark Hennig.
Right. You're hoping that this class drop just wakes somebody up because they have not all been running their A race lately. She's included in that group.
Class drops have a way of waking horses up. The 6 Into Happiness, currently the favorite, Michelle Nevin and Jose Gomez.
This is the class dropper that makes more sense out of the ones that we're seeing, and she's just been running against some really good horses in situations where it's not what she wants to do. She doesn't want to be on turf. Maybe she doesn't want to go that far, and she certainly doesn't want to run against horses at that class level.
I want to let people know about a special thing we're doing over on Naira Bets. It's a free-to-play, a way to play the sport, play racing from anywhere. No deposits required, but real prizes are awarded. Naira Bets free-to-play contests are here. Get in the action at freetoplay.nairabets.com. A lot of fun over there, and there is Into Happiness. And, I think it's Into Happiness, and I'm sort of interested in Richie's opinion on this as well when he comes in. Jose Gomez, I feel, Richie, he's gotten a little bit away too frequently from what got him to his place, and he's a good rider, being more aggressive. Do you feel like he's a rider that needs to be a little bit more aggressive, especially now that he's lost his bug?
A fair assessment, Andy. I think what happens sometimes is you lose a little bit of your confidence when you're not winning as often or riding as many live horses, and maybe you have a little bit of a tendency to overthink it. I think he just needs to relax and go back to what made him so successful, and especially here with Into Happiness. This is, a mare that, to me, is a little bit one-paced. So those kind, you want to put them up in the race because they're not going to give you a big closing kick. They're going to grind. They're going to stay. They're going to keep coming for you, and you just don't want to give them a lot to do. You need to lean on their stamina more than their acceleration. The same horses that impressed me in the paddock continue to impress me on the track. The 4 Dashing Della, I just like the way she looks physically, and I think that, she's getting back to dirt, and I think she's got races that could put her in the frame here. I'm going to pick the 5 Juliana's Rose. I was having a hard time separating those 3 outside horses, and she just continued to impress me physically, so that kind of moved the needle for me. The class relief there. Dylan Davis gets back aboard, who did have success with her in the past, and I thought she was kind of interesting. And listen, Into Happiness, but I do think Into Happiness has to be within calling distance of the leaders. I don't think you're going to give her too much to do and expect to make it up. She warmed up beautifully. Good-looking daughter of Into Mischief. Michelle Nevin does terrific work. But this is a spot where, sometimes the rider has to be a passenger, and sometimes the rider has to be a pilot. Well, in this case, Jose Gomez has got to take control of the plane and fly it. He's got to be a pilot here.
No, I completely agree with Richie. When you look at when she broke her maiden and she ran her 64 buyer, which could make her a player here, she was relatively close to the pace, and I agree with Richie, grinding type. I'm not saying try to be within 4 or 5 lengths. Don't want to let her drift back 10 lengths.
Exactly. These are horses that they might not be the most competitive and might not have that big of a run in them, so at least get her involved.
Heading over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member, no better time than the present. Use the promo code BONUS200. We'll match the $200 of your initial deposit. Play with Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, any time. So you picked the one, My Sweet Summer, who I don't think we've even talked about.
We talked about her a little bit.
Barely. Go ahead.
Barely. I just think that this is a horse that's been a little bit more lightly raced, and I think that they were a little bit too ambitious last time, running her against horses like Bustin' Lulu, Carbon, Merviglioso. I think that she's one that, getting back to a little bit more class relief, she might be able to be a little bit more forwardly placed, and that could help her from the rail. She just has a little bit more recency and upside than some of these other horses that are taking that bigger drop in class that we've seen a lot of them lately. But I think she will have to improve to compete here. If any of them run a race that we've seen from them in the past, it's just a question of where is it.
Yeah, I mean, my problem with her is, and listen, she's a big price, and you know, I respect you liking her, is she's never run that race that can win it, kind of. You know, she's going to have to hope, and maybe it does, that absolutely nobody shows up in here. Because, you know, with Dashing Della, Into Happiness, and even Juliana's Rose, all of them have those races relatively recently. They're just better than any race she's ever run. But she's lightly raced.
They are, and this is the price that you want to take a question, right? Versus some of these other horses where, like the two Chasing Daylight, I've seen enough. I know what she's going to do. She's going to go show some speed and then likely fade in the stretch if she gets pressed a little bit, or if she ends up just not being good enough here and one of those other horses runs one of their bigger races that we've seen in the past. But I don't disagree with you that other horses have proven it. She has to.
We'll see what happens. Listen, if you win with bigger prices, their appeal on paper is never going to be that extreme. And in her case, she is going to have to run faster in all likelihood than she's ever run in any of her 3 races. But unlike most of these, she has only 3 races. We'll see what happens as they head in the gate. The pick 6 pool, about 236,000 now. So we're going to end up with about 6 times the pool probably by the end, which is interesting with a pick 6 carryover. If you play the pick 6, you play any bets. You're live in the pick 3s, pick 4s, pick 5s. We wish you the best of the luck as they're loading into the gate. The number 3, La Aguila. I'm just going to stick with that. Never call her the daughter of Point. I don't ever even heard of the sire Point Encounter, who's standing for $1,000. John Embriao with the call of race 4, kicking off the pick 6.
They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, My Sweet Summer shows first. Dashing Della running in second, Into Happiness. And Juliana's Rose right together, third and fourth. Then comes Chasing Daylight, and La Aguililla is the trailer in sixth up the backstretch. My Sweet Summer leads here by a half length. Dashing Della right alongside now. And Juliana's Rose and Into Happiness not far behind the front two. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Then a break of 4. Back to Chasing Daylight and La Aguililla. The battle up front. Dashing Della on the outside and My Sweet Summer down at the rail. The two of them are right together. Into Happiness. It's just off them in third as Juliana's Rose drops back, being passed on the inside there by La Aguililla and Chasing Daylight. Half mile was sharp, 45 and 3/5 seconds, and they're midway around the turn. Dashing Della narrowly. My Sweet Summer. Into Happiness now ranges up on the outside. Here comes Into Happiness to challenge for the lead. Here's Into Happiness now to take the lead. And Into Happiness quickly gets away here to lead by 3 lengths. Then Dashing Della, My Sweet Summer, Chasing Daylight, and La Aguililla. Into Happiness with a 5-length lead in the stretch. Chasing Daylight has moved into second. La Aguililla now up into third. But no doubt about the winner here. Into Happiness. Much the best as we get started in the pick 6. Into Happiness by 8 lengths. Chasing Daylight was second, then La Aguililla and Juliana's Rose.
It is fair to say that the torrid pace took a bit of a toll on My Sweet Summer and Dashing Della, but Into Happiness, as we talked about, she was right there, and she galloped.
She did. This was a very impressive performance considering how close she was to that early pace and how those two horses ended up being nowhere. Different tactics today for Chasing Daylight. We did not see her a part of the early pace. She ends up coming on for second, but the winner, so much the best.
I mean, she looked the winner every step of the way. I mean, this was some performance here, and you can see why she took so much money. And Flavien Prat figured a change of style worked for pitch clock, and he was right. I mean, I don't know if she could have been involved in that pace.
No, she was not going to run well
right.
if she ended up being a part of that pace. So right tactics by him. We talked about how great he is with assessing what's going on early. A good decision by him to salvage second here.
Yeah,
with
because that was the best finish she was going to get, because
Yes.
there were no circumstances. This is a race where you feel like, you know, whatever, like this winner could have been 2-5 the way she ran today. And I think it's not that surprising, you know, that one of these horses that was dropping was going to show up. And in this case, Michelle Nevin, and happy for Jose Gomez as well. Good young man and a good rider as well. And like to see him get back to those aggressive riding style, which I think he was so successful with and will be successful in the future.
For sure, and he kept her close enough today. He made the right choice.
And La Aguilala, whatever name, finished where she likes to be. Now
Yes.
12th.
Hitting the board.
1/3 of her career starts. She has finished third 12 times. A lot more to come. We hope you're alive in the Pick Six. We hope you're alive in all the multi-race bets. The racing and the action will continue here at Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races. Sarah and I and the MIG will be right back.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
We're here with Jose Gomez, and nice ride here, nice win with Into Happiness. She looked like she was cruising throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I just helped her coming out the gate, and luckily the post helped us. You know, we were out the way in the clear, and I just kind of let her get a comfortable rhythm, and I didn't try to move on her until, you know, we straightened up, and she took us the whole way.
You know, now you had lost the bug, last year's Eclipse Award winning champion rider. And it's always a struggle for any rider after you're losing the apprentices. How has it been for you, and how are you trying to put your business together?
Well, it's kind of like you start over in a way, but, you know, just keep working hard, you know, keep trying your hardest, you know, I mean, just don't change anything. If something was working, just keep going.
Well, and it's got to be hard, though, because when you're in the bug, you're getting maybe more or better opportunities. And now, like you say, it's starting over. How do you keep your confidence level up?
Believe in yourself. You know, if you have the ability and you have the hunger to you know, get better, you'll be okay. And hopefully that's what's going on with me. You know, I believe in myself, and I want to get better, and I want to ride with the best. So, you know, here with the best right now.
Well, and riding with the best, you're always going to learn and continue to improve. And one thing I'll tell you, just – be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other part of this equation, just be aggressive. Put them in the game. And, guys, the other keeping a positive attitude, and I'm standing next to a guy with a positive attitude.
Thanks a lot, Richie. I know we're happy to see Jose doing well as well. He's a terrific young rider, a terrific young man as well, and you can see it, Sarah. You were saying to me, look at how happy he is.
He has such a great smile. When we do these interviews with him after he's won a race, you just see the pure joy and excitement that he brings to the table when he's won. And as Richie talks about, that energy translating to more success with the horses, and just being able to see how much he loves what he does is really cool as well.
I agree. $7 in Into Happiness made $7 look like the overlay of the year. Chasing Daylight finishing second, but you did not get your triumph. Right?
No.
But you didn't like the third horse either.
No, I did not. So
you should have keyed her in third.
No matter what.
She always likes to be third. You should. That's like I had a friend
Yeah.
who would have done that. That would like been his move. He would have keyed her for third.
Step up to
I think
the
he's
plate.
also broke, but that's a whole other story. I want to remind people the winner of the race Into Happiness was claimed. Feels like a good claim, but it seemed to have worked out for everybody. 2-year-olds on tap for race number 5, but the good news for you is you're rid of us. Sarah, wonderful job as well. Lafitte Pinkai III has one of the easiest jobs to follow, following me as a host.
Yeah, he does a great job.
A little tougher for Paulie.
I know. Well, hey, we can't all be perfect, but had a great time chatting with Lafitte yesterday. He'll be coming up next. Paul, back from his trip in Minnesota as well.
He was a big hit in Minnesota.
Yeah.
I can see. Big hit. Nice to see him back as well, but we appreciate you joining us on America's Day at the Races. We have a Backstretch success story coming up after the break. A little change for the two of us. The Mig will continue to be downstairs, but a lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
It will be good night to win it by a length and a half.
It is all shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes the mat win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The emphasis on thoroughbred aftercare is such an important cause. As the fog is rolled in, this is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Alongside Paul LaDuca, I'm Lafitte Pinkai, off and running in the Pick 6. But the best news is, like we started off with a win, you came to the right set this afternoon. So a much better start than yesterday.
Much better start. And the best part about it is listen, the last 2 days we've, at least in the early morning, thought we were going to get rain. Races were going to be off the turf. And again, we avoided the rain today. It looks like it's not going to rain to maybe closer to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight. And then maybe tomorrow we might be in jeopardy a little bit. But again, nice little card. Late Pick 5 starts here in race 5, and we're on the turf.
Yeah, that's the key with the Pick 6 carryover into happiness, making it look all too easy. In race number 4, as Paul mentioned, if you got knocked out of the Pick 6, that late Pick 5 getting started with the 2-year-olds and the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day field for the 5th here. Belmont, New York bred 2-year-olds, 5 furlong dash, and while 4 works for me is the current favorite at 4-5, take a look at number 6, Blue 85, trained by Bill Mott. Now, this story is a little bit different. It's about Sochi Solario. Her parents have worked for Bill Mott for many years. They take care of the horses. Sochi spent a lot of time at the Anna House growing up. The Anna House is on the Backstretch here at Belmont Park. It's where kids can spend time with their friends, where they can learn, while they can play, while their parents are at work. But now Sochi's grown up and embarking on a very promising future.
My name is Sochi Solario. I will be attending Northeastern University this fall. And right now we are currently in a barn where my parents work, actually. My parents work very hard, like way harder than I have ever in my life. I give them props because I don't think I could do this every single day. And they do it for my brother and I. So honestly, I'm very proud of them. Because like everyone talks about me and what I'm doing. People should be talking about them. They're really the stars of the show. They would take me to Anna House around 4:30 in the morning. I stayed there until I was maybe 5, then I went to kindergarten. I feel like I've been just very academically oriented since like the get-go. I've always liked school. When it comes to the calculus and all like the hard courses, I feel like the thrill and also the challenge it like presents is honestly something I really, really like. When I found out that Northeastern has combined major programs, and I saw that one of their combined majors programs was civil engineering and architectural studies, it was like the best thing in the world. I've never been so happy because not only did I get into my dream school, I could afford my dream school. With all the different types of scholarships that they offered me and then everything, it was just amazing. When it comes to my parents, they've honestly like presented a very, very strong base for me, showing me what dedication and hard work truly is and showing me the importance of it and what could potentially come out. They've always told me that I should go to school.
Como mamá de Xochitl, yo estoy muy orgullosa de mi hija, mucho, 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 porque mi hija se ha esforzado mucho en trabajar en la escuela. It's very heartwarming when they say, "Oh, I'm proud of you." It's like a sense of an accomplishment,
bigger than any other accomplishment in my life. Honestly, bigger than like getting into school and getting a full ride. Just them saying that I'm proud of you.
Para nosotros, Xochitl, pues estamos muy orgullosos de ella, de lo que ha conseguido ella.
My parents didn't go because of the cost of school and also the fact that they were looking for work and they ended up here and they came to the U.S. for a better life. I'm extremely proud of them with everything that they do, and I honestly couldn't have done any of this without their support and overall just like their grit within life. And they've definitely set up a really, really good example for my brother and I hope to live up to not only my dreams but also theirs.
Northeastern University, very lucky to have her. Paul Sochi, a bright young woman with a very bright future.
Yeah, and loves to work. I mean, when she said that, I love to go to school and I love to work, and she gets that work ethic from her parents that have shown her the way, and the appreciation that he gives her parents, especially the way that young kids are these days, hard to find.
A really good rehearsal because we get to start the show over right now. Hey there. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal and Fox Sports 2. Live look at the Belmont Paddock. This is America's Day at the Races alongside Paul LaDuca. I'm Lafitte Pimkai. Exciting day of thoroughbred racing on this Friday afternoon. The Pick 6 with a carryover off and running. A 4-1 shot taking down the first leg of the Pick 6. And if you didn't have that one, no worries, Paulie. The late Pick 5 about to get underway.
Yeah, and a difficult late Pick 5. And we'll start it off with some 2-year-old colts here. And Gelding's going 5 furlongs. And then the rest of the race card, listen, we were supposed to get a lot of rain today. We were supposed to get rain yesterday. It has stayed away. We are on the turf. And it's a very difficult rest of the 5 races. And if you're alive in the Pick 6, good luck. The carryover yesterday with some huge prices. The horse that went gate to wire really blew it up at a 40-some-odd to 1, yes.
In the 8th race, a big price there. And here with the New York bred maidens coming up, 2-year-olds, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. They're in the paddock. And you're looking at the favorite there in Works For Me. Currently 3-5. These New York bred 2-year-olds. Want to take a look at his debut? Take a look at it after we hear from Richard Migliori standing by in the paddock. Richie, what are these 2-year-olds showing you?
Yeah, guys, we'll start with the 2-horse Mo Batten. Very well turned out individual here, son of Motown, who was by Uncle Mo. And when I look at 2-year-olds, I'm looking for a very defined hind end. Horses propel themselves. They push off. They don't drag themselves along. So the engine is basically behind the saddle. And this horse has got a very well-developed hind end, very powerful, broad hip. And I really like what I'm seeing from the 2-horse Mo Batten. 3-horse, a Knight's Courage, Dave Donka. Trainers' horses do get better with racing. This is another horse, very defined behind the saddle. But from a behavioral standpoint, so far, he's been pretty vocal. And sometimes horses are vocal, and it manifests itself by them being nervous, or they could be a bit studdish. His pitch and the way he's kind of screaming at horses leads me to believe he might be just a little bit more studdish than nervous about things. So we'll keep an eye on him as he heads out to the track and how he acts trying to hook up with the pony, because he seems like he's a bit cheeky, this guy. The 4-horse Split Strike. Christophe Clement, his son Miguel, had this horse up in Saratoga. Very proficient getting first-time starters ready. He's by Golden Sense, so you're getting a speed influence there. I will say this, as fit as he looks, and he looks fit to run, I do think he'll be a bit better for the race. And then your favorite, the 5, Works For Me. I mean, obviously, he's coming off a powerful effort against Open Company, a fast race. But I tell you, he's a bit of a chunky monkey, this guy. He's had 2 works here in New York. I talked to his conditioner, Joe Lee. He says he's trained well. He looks good. But, man, if I didn't know better, he didn't look like a horse that's had a start. I mean, he's just carrying a little extra weight, and it kind of gives me a moment for pause.
All right, so not the most imposing physical specimen is the favorite at 3-5 and Works For Me. But here's the key. His debut, Paulie, mid-May, Churchill. He was 24-1. He shows speed, and he's battling with the eventual Tremont winner in Gold Sweep.
Yeah, Gold Sweep's a nice horse. And, you know, Daniel Leach had this horse, and a lot of people don't know who Daniel Leach is. He's the horseman that has American Apple, who won the matron on the turf. So, very good horseman. Now transfers over to Joseph Lee. I thought this was a good effort. Now, they're about, 5 and 6 length clear to the 4th place finisher, and like you said, Gold Sweep came back to win. Javier Castellano takes the mount. 3 to 5. I thought this horse would be around, I don't know, 7 to 5, because you look at the 1, Antonio Venice, that horse did not run bad first time out at all. And the 8, Mischief Joke, Mike Maker's been struggling a little bit of late, but I think this horse had a bad break last time. Here's Antonio Venice last time, Lafitte, and at 10 to 1 was part of it all the way around the racetrack.
Yeah, and maybe not exiting as hot of a 2-year-old race. Antonio Venice, but like worked for me at Churchill Downs, he showed speed, moxie, and battled.
No, he did. And you could see the horse on the outside of him is very, very green, and you can see the WW. It's a Wesley Ward horse right there in front, and they're usually there to win first time out, right? And you can see the 5 was a little green, but Antonio Venice was 5.5 clear of your third place finisher, who's in this race too as well. So, and that's the 8 in here. So, 6 to 1 to 8 to 1, maybe the 8 can improve. I think the 8 with the bad stumble is the horse that you're going to get the value with, obviously.
At 8 to 1, Mischief Joke, as you mentioned, still acting up a Knight's Courage. Richie indicating, very vocal in the paddock, studdish somewhat in the paddock. 3 to 5 favorite works for me. He said kind of a chunky monkey. I'm thinking like the Bartolo Colon of this 2-year-old New York bred maiden race.
Yeah, the Bartolo
Big
Colon.
Sexy.
Yeah, Big Sexy. Got to face Bartolo and catch him as well. Ooh, there you go. And he's acting kind of fresh there. And Bartolo, one of the best human beings, and probably has one of the best lines I've ever heard in a clubhouse.
What was that?
Guys were going in to get iced. It was the 2002 Japan series where they took All-Stars over to face Japan, and Bartolo was on that team, and a bunch of guys were getting iced and this and that, hamstrings, this and that, and he walked in with his shirt off. He goes, "How come you guys get hurt all the time?" And he grabbed his belly. He said, "See this? You can't pull fat." Best line I've ever heard. And he never got hurt.
Big Sexy Bartolo Colon. Works for me, the Bartolo Colon of these 2-year-olds. We'll see him again in the post parade. You have the entry to kick off the post parade. Antonio Venice coming off that solid debut effort.
Yeah, good effort by Libon here for Rudy Rod. And Rudy Rod's bar's been rolling of late, too, as well.
Kadula, second half of the entry, 2 for 1. You're getting 5 to 1.
Another great, both these entries possess speed. Now, one's going to start from the middle of the pack. The 1A is going to be on the far outside.
Richie liked what he saw from Mo Batten, that powerful hind end, the first-time starter, co-owned and trained by Chad Summers.
Yeah, you get Irad Ortiz in the irons. Very rarely you get Irad at about 11 to 1,
right.
So that's got to be a good sign.
Number 3, A Knight's Courage, David Donk trained, debuting homebred.
Yeah, Senate Golden Sense had a Take Charge Indy mare. This one for Tick Stables. Oh, no, excuse me. I'm sorry. Bourbon Courage. This one for David Donk and Katie Davis. I apologize.
Looks like he's settling down, behaving better. Number 4, A Split Strike, Joel Rosario, the TLC stable first-time starter.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. I apologize here for Golden Sense, Take Charge Indy mare. Joel takes them out. Some nice, steady drills at the training track at Saratoga. Definitely has a look.
Exiting that hot maiden race works for me. Odds on.
Yeah, and the horse to beat at 3. I don't know about 3 to 5. I think maybe we'll see maybe at even money, but a darn good race first time out.
Number 6, Blue 85, Lee Einseidler, Mike Francesa, first-time starter.
Yeah, $200,000 for a Son of Audible. Bill Mott's horse has been running. You get Lescano, 12 to 1, could be there.
Number 7, Unaudited, Wall Street stable debuting colt.
Yeah, back-to-back audibles, and this one had been working at Churchill Downs for Michael Maker, but a New York bred that he brings up here for a New York bred race.
Cold on the board, 40 to 1. Number 8, and Mischief Joke, the edge and experience.
Yeah, I think this horse is going to run a lot better than last time if he can get out of the gate with a better start.
Something to watch right from the start. Then number 9, Dr. Schuster, the Goo Racing Stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, an interesting first-time starter for Juan Avila. Juan's pretty good with 2-year-olds, about 13%, and he's good first time out, 24%. He's the third longest shot on the board at 22 to 1.
Second leg of the pick 6, kicking off the late pick 5. The pool just over $300,000. New York bred 2-year-olds warming up post time in just about a minute or two as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin joining us from Saratoga. JK, welcome to the show. How are we playing this 2-year-old race? Are we trusting the odds-on favorite?
Yeah, I trust the odds-on favorite. I mean, look, it's interesting what Richie said about him being a little bit chubby, but you got to think that just might be who he is, right? Because he showed that he was fit enough to run well, back May 18th. He's had a couple of work stints. You think he'd just be fitter off of that performance. So I'm not going to let that sway me because I'm a little bit more interested in another angle with this horse. There's 2 horses in there with him that have come back and run well and run fast. Now, stay with me here for a second. Works For Me got an 86 time form U.S. speed figure. The higher, the better, like a quarterback rating in football. Gold Sweep, who came back to win the Tremont, got an 86 that day, too. They both got the same number. Gold Sweep ran a 109 in the Tremont. And then the 8-horse Rhyme Schemes behind Works For Me in that race at Churchill Downs on May 18th. He ran a 66 that day. He came back and won a race and ran a 103. He improved about 40 points, and Gold Sweep improved about 30 points. So if Works For Me improves somewhere in the area of 30 to 40 points, which it's very likely that could happen in here, he's going to run a number in the hundreds. And the only competition in here, the one Antonio from Venice ran a 91. I just think this horse is better than these other horses. I think he's faster than these other horses. I think he's more experienced, and he should take a step forward, second start in his career.
Strength of schedule, JK. For Works For Me, Paulie, as soon as Gold Sweep, when you open the past performances last night, this morning, and you see who Works For Me ran second to in his debut, what Gold Sweep did in a stakes race in his next start, right then you knew that, all right, Works For Me looks that much better, but you were going to have to pay for it to the tune of, let's say in this case, an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, 4 to 5. You're right. The entry here I thought would take solid money because Antonio Venice ran so well. You do get the 1A Cadula with you that did run a second-place finish against a weaker, probably group, obviously because the 5 comes out of a nice race. And Joseph Lee's already had one starter here, and that horse did win. So, and you got to love that this horse was at Keeneland after Churchill. Probably a good thing to get off that Churchill track the way it was going, and to get to Keeneland and then come here to Belmont and get a couple little breezes, one over the training track, one over the main track as well.
Richie, Mo Batten, you had referenced what impressed you about him physically in the paddock. What have you noticed from him in the warm-up?
Continue to like him. He left the pony, warmed up well. He just hooked back up with his pony. Now get a little bit of a breather, settle in. He's going to be my top selection, guys. He had a gate work on the main track, which is a half a mile straightaway. And then he had a gate work on the training track, where he had a negotiated turn. So I like that he's had that kind of experience. I like how strong he looks behind. He get Irad Ortiz. He's got post 1. He's probably not going to be fast enough to make the lead with some of the more experienced rivals like your 5-horse. But if he can work out a decent trip, and he's taking meaningful money for a first-time starter, so Mo Batten will be my top selection. The 3, A Knight's Courage. He settled down nicely on the track. Katie Davis did a really good job with him, and very smart. Just stayed away from the pony, warmed up on her own. The 6-horse, Blue 85, really, really good-looking son of Audible, talking to the ownership group there. He's been very good out of the gate. I will say this, though. He did spike a little bit of skin disease, just a little bit of something that makes me pause, maybe something a little underlying going on inside. It happens with young horses from time to time. And then getting back to your 5-horse, Works For Me. Yes, he may be the fastest horse, but he just looks too heavy to me. He's had 2 slowish works, 3/8 of a mile since he ran. He may be just that talented. Years ago, a guy showed up at the back door of the jockey's room, was about 100 pounds overweight, outran every jockey that tried to bet him, to beat him, and it turned out he was a bronze medalist at the Olympics at one time, so he could just beat us running backwards, but just looks a little bit heavy for me.
Let's see what Bartolo does in this 5th race at Belmont. New York bred 2-year-old, Spendthrift 2-year-old, race of the day, Works For Me, odds on. Kicking off the late pick 5, John Ambrielle standing by. It's post time.
And they're off. Mo Batten from the inside post is out for the lead. And now moving up is Split Strike into second. Works For Me is right there. Cadula the Gray gains on the outside from 4th. Then it's Antonio Aventis in 5th. Blue 85 is next in 6th. A Knight's Courage down at the rail in 7th. Passed there on the outside by Dr. Schuster. Then it is Mischief Joke, who is racing in 9th position. And at the back of the pack is Unaudited. The quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. The favorite, Works For Me, has taken the lead at the head of the stretch. Works For Me in front. Then Split Strike running in second. Mo Batten down at the rail, followed by Antonio Aventis and Cadula. Works For Me opening up here through the stretch here. It's Works For Me who has built a 6-length lead as they come on for the finish. Mischief Joke comes on to complete the exacta, and Antonio Aventis was 3rd.
Just too quick for these. The slight stumble leaving the gate, no concerns. Works For Me, runs away and hides, and somewhere Bartolo Colon is smiling.
Yeah, I got the job done. This horse is a nice horse. You're right. Didn't get out of the gate great, but athletic enough to get back on his feet. Good job by Javier Castellano, and to just move forward and really control this race. You're wondering when horses break out of the gate and they stumble, sometimes they'll empty a little bit late. You can see the 8 starting to move, but it was never, ever a threat at all to the 5 in here. So the public got it right, 5-8-1. There's 3 horses that they were betting, and they ran 1, 2, 3.
Go back to the start of the race. It wasn't a rags to riches at the start of the Belmont Stakes stumble, but a stumble nonetheless. Number 5, Works For Me, the favorite. They spring the latch. Eventually,
this is when
there's dramatic pauses, and there's this.
This is when you hand your grandmother the remote. Whoa.
That's a legit stumble.
Yeah, that's a legit stumble. And you know what? It makes the win even nicer. Listen, I think a lot of people, and we can go down to Mig and ask, you don't realize how much a stumble takes out of a horse's energy late in the race. Most times when they stumble, now he was able to get clear of this group and just much the best, but I thought the 8 and the 1, 2 experienced horses ran very, very well at him late, but look at his ears. It's like he wants to do more. That was a legit stumble and a very, very good race.
Yeah.
He's talented.
The athleticism.
Yeah.
To recover that quickly. Because when he was back on his feet so quickly, Joe Lee, there he is, former assistant to Kieran McLaughlin, had this colt ready to roll this afternoon. With that kind of stumble, you're expecting him, because he showed so much speed at Churchill, the horse stumbles like that, they wind up further back, shuffled back in traffic.
Yeah.
He was right there in the firing line, even though he got out of the blocks in poor order.
Yeah, that's just an athletic horse, and that's the sign of a very nice horse. And Jays are wild in here. Joe Lee gets the job done. Javier Castellano wins. Jose Ortiz second. Jose Gomez third. Joel Rosario fourth.
There you go. The J Super. Works For Me. Big Sexy. 4-5. Delivers in the first leg of the late pick 5. 1 to keep an eye on moving forward. This New York bred can flat out move. Works For Me. Results, reaction as our coverage continues from Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Bally SoCal. Plus, the Kentucky Derby runner-up. 2 fills. Time to go back to work, but with a new jockey. Strictly the one to beat in tomorrow's Ohio Derby in Cleveland.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So glad you could join us on this Friday afternoon. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit AmericasBestRacing.net today. If you love runaway winners, you've enjoyed the last hour. Kicking off the pick 6 into happiness by several in the 4th now in his second career start. Works for me, graduates by daylight for trainer Joe Lee. Standing by with Richie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I'm here with a very happy Joe Lee, former assistant trainer to Kieran McLaughlin. And Joe, I looked at this horse in the paddock, and he came off a big effort at Churchill Downs. And honestly, I referred to him as a chunky monkey. He just looked like he was carrying a little extra weight to me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he ran well, like you said, at Churchill. That race came up big. Obviously, the horse that was second came back and won the stake here the other day. So horses that in that race came back and ran well and won. And so it may be a key race going forward. As far as the weight, he's a good doer. You know, he's done everything right. You know, since he just shipped up a month ago, we didn't want to do too much with him, especially since he just ran. And so we worked him twice, and he worked well. But, yeah, he does carry a little extra weight. But we'll see going forward.
Yeah, but that tells me there's probably upside, because if he can run this well and probably have a big step forward in him.
Yeah, I think so. The way he trains, you know, it just seems like he just wants to keep going, you know, whether it's a mile and a quarter, mile and a half, just doesn't seem to get tired. So hopefully he'll move forward off this race, and I think he will, to be honest with you.
And a really good mind on him, too. Seems like he's a very level-headed colt.
Yeah, that's the good thing about it, you know, whether horses were working by him in the morning or not. You know, usually you might see a horse shy from them, but he just, you know, straight on, and so good mind in the morning, great mind in the barn. So, yeah, knock on wood, let's see.
Congratulations. Great job. And a man that knows his way around a good horse, been around a bunch of them over the years. And listen, he could probably clean up this horse if he went to the back door of the jockey's room at Santa Anita, called a few guys out.
Thanks so much, Richie. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day works for me, and I love to see that when a young prospect, Paulie, with a 2-year-old, even though everything doesn't go perfect, he didn't break well.
Yeah.
He will be in better shape. He'll be that much fitter, and despite all that, still running that well in his first 2 starts.
No, you got to give him credit. Good job by Joe Lou getting this horse ready. Daddy Longlegs had a sold-out mare, so all New York bred there, and Javier Castellano just keeps making the right calls.
Yeah, so perfect segue. Javier Castellano finally earning that first Kentucky Derby win with Mage several weeks back. The horse that ran second that afternoon, he's back in action tomorrow, 2 fills, but with a different jockey. Gerardo Corrales takes the call, 8-5 on the morning line. Jareth Lufberry, as Paul broke the news on Wednesday night that his shoulder was banged up. He didn't finish the night at Canterbury. He's still not ready to go. Gerardo Corrales picking up the call on 2 fills, and a live one to say the least. 9-1 in the Kentucky Derby, Paulie, and turning for home. All the momentum in the world. He was right on top of that hot pace and fires his very best, only to be run down by Mage late in the stretch.
He ran giant. Larry Ravelli had this horse perfectly set up after a great race at Turfway off the synthetic, and Jareth Lufberry gave this horse a tremendous ride. He's the kind of guy that usually stays married to the rail. It's very interesting they go to Gerardo Corrales. Gerardo Corrales, to me, is one of the most underrated riders in the country. I just think he's phenomenal on the turf, number one. Number two, I don't think the big stage will get to him. And I don't really recall Larry really using Gerardo Corrales a lot, but, you know, I think he'll give this horse a good ride. 2 fills is in great order. When I talked to Jareth before he got hurt, he said the Gallop Boy, and Larry said the horse has been training amazing. Now, Jareth got hurt in the morning accident with his right shoulder, and then he got hurt riding Arnold Mississippi Limits at Canterbury Park, and he was supposed to get an MRI, and I would think the MRI didn't come back well, so I would think that's why he's not on this horse. You got to remember, he had a bad fall before the Derby and was having some leg issues, and gutted it out to ride 2 fills in the Derby. So there must be a lot of pain. He's a tough customer. There must be a lot of pain in that shoulder.
If you were too banged up to not play in a playoff game. Richie was banged up. He couldn't ride Artie Schiller the year he did win the Breeders' Cup Mile. Really got a feel for Jareth Lufberry not having a chance to ride 2 fills tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully he's back before long, and we'll see them reunited before long. Then you have another colt in the Ohio Derby whose form looks that much better after the Belmont Stakes. Bishop's Bay in this hard-fought second-place finish to Arcangelo in the Peter Pan, Paulie.
Yeah, right? I mean, like, Arcangelo goes on and guts out a win, and not guts out, won pretty nicely in the Belmont. But you can't disgrace what this horse did. I mean, went right down to the wire, and they were clear. It wasn't like Arcangelo put this horse away. I mean, this horse, I thought was really, really gutty. Arcangelo just showed a little bit more late, and maybe the pedigree just kicked in a tiny bit late. This horse is talented.
And for the second half of the year, with 3 different winners in each Triple Crown race, the second half of the year in this chase for a 3-year-old championship is only going to heat up. Saturday's Ohio Derby, Saratoga Jim Dandy Travers, the Haskell Monmouth Park, Paulie, and some of the big names to keep an eye on moving forward. All of these 3-year-olds in the mix, gathering momentum in that chase for an Eclipse Award.
It's very interesting what's going to happen from here on out. It's going to be baffling. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun run, and you know that somebody else is going to pop their name up there. I will say this. Of all those horses, I'm going to make a prediction. Disarm's going to be the best 4-year-old.
Disarm next year?
Yes.
But what about the rest of this year?
If Disarm gets a muddy racetrack, he's dangerous. I wonder where Steve Ashman is going to go with the next. He won the Matt win on a muddy racetrack, and he's got a lot of talent. I love the way the horse runs. He really runs very hard. And whenever I talk to Steve at all at Oakland, and I was actually able to talk to him a lot, the discussion always came back to Disarm. I'm like, you got all these other horses. He kept coming back to Disarm. Don't forget about Disarm. So I know he loves that colt a lot.
A couple good 3-year-olds, keeping him separated. Disarm, one in the Haskell, and then the Jim Dandy. What about Arcangelo? What are you expecting from him the second half of the season, coming off that breakout performance in the Belmont Stakes?
I'm excited for this horse. Lightly raced. His next start going to be maybe, obviously, hopefully, if everything goes right, at Saratoga. His sire ran one of the best races we've ever seen at Saratoga in the Travers, stopping the clock in 1:59. I think this horse will travel. I just think, being a Tappet on the bottom side and Arrogate on the top side, he can run all day. I just think his future is even bright. And it's going to be very interesting how he works out when it comes to the Travers, if he goes to the Travers, and then what happens with Cody's Witch, because we've seen a lot of 3-year-olds run well in the Classic, too.
Javier wasn't excited about that win or anything. And I think, Andy and Sarah brought up a good point. With so much focus on Castellano getting that first Belmont win, along with his Derby, with so much focus on the history made by trainer Jenna Antonucci, that the horse was almost getting lost in the conversation in terms of how good he is, how rapidly he's improving, and what kind of potential he still has moving forward.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy the potential that he does have because of his breeding. Listen, we lost Arrogate way too soon. And he's, at the beginning, a lot of people thought, okay, he wasn't going to be that good of a sire. Well, obviously he was going to be a tremendous sire. And on the backside of it, Tappet, we already know what kind of sire he is. May he rest in, peace, at Tappet, as he's been pensioned too as well. So, this horse has got potential to be a lot, and Jenna's got maybe a nice little horse. And you know what? It's nice with the 3-year-old kind of division, kind of murky, to have the horse peaking at the right time, right?
We're having this conversation.
Yeah.
All these names, all these 3-year-olds with a shot at a title at the end of the year, JK. 3-year-old that you're most excited about for the second half of 2023.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Blazing Sevens comes back. He wasn't a horse that I was overly excited about at any point through his 3-year-old year. And to be fair, I wasn't crazy about him as a 2-year-old either. But he kind of showed me something in the Preakness. If you'll remember that race, National Treasure got a nice, comfortable lead and was really hard to catch. And Blazing Sevens wasn't too far back, but he did try to run down that loose leader. The one thing that I realized about Blazing Sevens in that race is we've talked about it, or talked about it, I think, with maybe Richie or Gary. It was one of the two. That if IRAD wouldn't have kind of came closer to National Treasure, I think maybe IRAD would have gone by. I think maybe he encouraged National Treasure by coming over to him in the stretch of the Preakness. So Blazing Sevens very easily could have been a Preakness winner. I think he's going to be extremely better moving forward. in the Jim Dandy. I think that mile and an eighth should fit him perfectly, and that sets him up perfectly for the Travers. I think a second in the Preakness, a win in the Jim Dandy, and a win in the Travers, suddenly he's in the conversation for 3-year-old of the year, because there hasn't been any multiple of those classic winners. All 3 Triple Crown races were won by 3 different horses, so one of them's going to need to grab a big summer race like the Haskell or the Travers, and if neither one of them do, I do think Blazing Sevens could get really sneaky late and make a run for that 3-year-old championship.
J.K., Chad Brown is pretty good at this, skipping the Kentucky Derby and running his 3-year-olds in the Preakness instead approach. He's figuring it out.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a hard thing you got to have some skins on the wall to be able to convince your owners that you're not going to run in the most coveted race in the United States and possibly even the world. I think that when you have the success that Chad's had, it earns you the right to be able to tell your owners, hey, I don't think we should do this. And these owners are going to listen. And he was right with early voting. He was right with cloud computing. And he was almost right with Blazing Sevens. And now you just take a break. You skip the Belmont. You show up Jim Dandy Day with a fresh horse, you win there, and next thing you know, you got the favorite for the Travers.
Blazing Sevens for trainer Chad Brown. Paulie, this is what makes the second half of the season so exciting. Since Justify won the Triple Crown in 2018, I believe there's been like 16, 17 different horses to win the last several Triple Crown events. We've just seen that much parity amongst the sophomores over the last several seasons, and now we lock in on these stakes races just around the corner with Saratoga coming up with Jim Dandy and the Travers. Tomorrow's Ohio Derby, the Haskell West Virginia Derby, the Pennsylvania Derby Grade 1. This is where these are the races that championship will be decided.
Yeah, it's where you want to place your horse. Where do you think you want to go? We're seeing 2 fills go to the Ohio Derby. It's going to be interesting what happens to the Haskell and the Jim Dandy. The West Virginia Derby, you might get a lot of horses out of the Ohio Derby right back into that. So that's going to be very interesting. But they're all lucrative. They're all lucrative spots, too. And obviously the Jim Dandy and the Travers going to be very, very important. And, we keep on trying to project and everything. And we keep on forgetting about Forte.
Forte, the reigning 2-year-old champ. He did some damage at Saratoga last summer. And we can't wait to see those crowds. Less than 3 weeks till the opening day of the 155th season at Saratoga. Stay tuned.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Ready for Saratoga, Paulie?
Oh, I mean, does a one-legged duck swim in the water? Swim in a circle?
I think that's a yes.
Yeah.
Those big crowds, we can't wait to see all of you up there. The most prestigious individual race meet in North America. Brad Ortiz, he'll be there. John Velasquez as well. Won his 1,000th race. 1,000th win last year at the Spa. 8 weeks of the very best racing in North America. And we'll be spending a lot of time on Big Fox. 6 of the 8 Saturdays from the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, the Grade 1 Travers, and everything in between. Summer at Saratoga on Fox.
Yeah, looking forward. I mean, look at that. And there's a stakes race every day at Saratoga. 4-Star Dave, always one of my favorites, too. But the Whitney's going to be very, very interesting. I'm so looking for.
We're going to see Cody's Wish.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I understand the 3-year-old division is something you want to pay attention to, but man, Cody's Wish in the Whitney, I cannot wait for that day. I'm going to dress to the nines for that one.
You do every day. That's a given.
I appreciate it.
That's a given, Paulie. And for our the racing fans, of course, if you can't make it up to Saratoga, we'll have live coverage each and every day. Saratoga Live coming your way, opening day, July 13th from Saratoga. Meantime here, getting set for the late pick 4 Riders Up, and this New York bred $40,000 maiden claimer, mile and a 16th on a firm Widener turf course. Paulie, the current favorite, who we're looking at, Orange Freeze at 6-5 with Joel Rosario board.
Yeah, for Christophe Clement. You know, they put the blinkers on this horse 2 back in a maiden special weight race. The horse got left to the gate and had a bad beginning. Then they dropped for 40, and Joel was aboard and just got outfinished by Burnt again. Carapara, who's the 2 on this day, excuse me, the 2 today, but on this day was the 3, and it's just finishing second. So I thought it was a grinding, nice little effort. It seems like it kind of doesn't want to go by a little bit, but the other horse had a lot left in the tank, so was he at least able to hang on for second. But sometimes when these horses drop or ready for this level and they miss as the favorite, do you want to jump back in at 6-5?
She was favored that day, and yeah, you can give credit to the winner, or you can possibly argue that Orange Freeze lost her punch late, which is a little disconcerting right back at the same mile and a 16th trip.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, but then you look at somebody like the one, Mike Caramia Mine, who does have some numbers to go to, 0 for 13. Carapara, the 2 that does have a lot to go to, 0 for 10. And then you have somebody like the 3 that's a first-time starter that you see Flavian Pratt right there. Probably has upside.
Post-parade for these New York bred maidens, fillies and mares. We start with My Cara, Mia Mine, the 13-race maiden, 21-1 if you like her.
Was favorite last time out after being 0 for 12 and just didn't run. She's 21-1 today.
Number 2, Carapara, a 7th straight appearance at this level.
She was right behind your favorite last time. She's going to have to improve a little bit with Junior Alvarado back aboard.
Kamsha, you just saw Flavian Pratt. This is the Greg Hawkins debuting homebred.
Looks well on the racetrack. I like to hear what Mig thinks about the 3, but Flavian getting aboard, that's a big plus. And also Christophe, conditioner.
Janny May, number 4, last 2 races, a lot of speed and fade.
Yeah, this horse has run a couple races where if she is able to get away from the group, she can be dangerous, but she's 26-1 for a reason.
Let me drink. 2 races at this level, took money in both, followed by the long shot, never personal. Whenever somebody says something that's never personal, it's usually personal.
Yeah,
usually
that commercial is completely correct. You're right there. Katie Davis and Bruce Levine. Bruce Levine's going to have a big favorite a little bit later in the card.
Number 7, Shopping at Bloomies, made the lead in her latest, but tired.
Yeah, you know, off the claim last time, first time for the Rob Falcone barn. Might be a little bit better for beast mode racing.
Orange Freeze, the favorite, 6-5.
Yeah, probably the one to beat off that last effort. You just wonder, now do you want to take this horse at that short of a price?
Giggling Ghost, Trevor McCarthy, 2 wins yesterday.
Yeah, Trevor gets aboard an 0 for 12 maiden, and she's going to stretch out again.
Bourbon Diversion, last seen hurdling in Virginia?
Yeah, hurdles back to going around 2 turns on the turf, and she's got a race to go to at Saratoga. It's not bad. I know Andy liked this horse in Talking Horses, 27-1.
27-1. Number 11, Dreaming of Carly, second-time starter by Derby winner, Always Dreaming.
Yeah, Eddie Barker takes over the training from Linda Rice, but Jose Ortiz sticks, so that's a plus.
Ms. Me, Javier Castellano looking for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, Joe Sharp, the conditioner here on the stretch out. E. Dubai on the bottom side. Haven't seen E. Dubai in a while, but 19-1 for some good connections.
Race felt more competitive when I first looked at it, but handicappers zeroing in on Orange Freeze, 6-5. New York bred maidens, $40,000 maiden claimers. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. 3 minutes out. JK, what'd you come up with?
Lafitte, look, the Christoph's horse is taking a lot of money, and I'm going to end up taking the first-time starter. I've always kind of had this feeling when horses, you know, when a trainer has a horse in, and that horse is a talented one, but then he puts in a first-time starter, I think it gives you a lot of courage that they could run well in there. So I'm going to go with this first-time starter, the 3, Camacha, who I think gets Flavian Pratt, which I think is also an encouraging moment as well for him. I think this horse is going to run well.
I think we may have lost connection with JK, but we got the important stuff, Paulie. He likes the first-time starter, Kamcha, at 6-1.
He makes a good point. You know, he only made one, but was able to make 1 point. I know JK wanted to make some other ones. But he's right. You have Christophe Clement, who has the 8, drop for this race and now 6-5. Now, you know, the 3 for different connections, he throws in this race. He's probably saying, the other connections are saying, hey, why are you throwing this horse against a horse that ran so well last time? And the logic could be, well, I think this horse can compete against his other horse at 6-5. So there is definite logic there, JK, and you're getting the right price.
Richie, your thoughts on the first-time starter we're looking at, Kamcha?
I like Kamcha a lot. I think she looks very well prepared. She's dappled out, looks very fit. It's interesting because she's out of a mare that was a steeplechase runner herself and has actually produced a steeplechase runner as well. But I like what I'm seeing from Kamcha, and I'm going to go with a stranger. I just feel like this race is ripe for a fresh face to be successful, and she's very well turned out physically. The other Clement looks great. I mean, no knocks whatsoever. Just 6-5 is not a price I'm willing to take in a race that I thought was a lot more competitive as well, but from a physical perspective, can't slight her at all. I do think the 10 horse will outrun her odds at 25-1. She's trained by Arch Kingsley. Arch is a tremendous horseman. He was on his way to a fantastic career as a steeplechase rider. That was derailed by injury, turned to training. Got a beautiful setup down in Camden, South Carolina. I've been down there to visit, and he's just a top world-class horseman. Now, this filly tried steeplechase racing last time, gets back to the flat, couldn't look better in the flesh, and I'm going to go with the old steeplechase exacta, the 3-horse Kamcha, whose mom was a steeplechase horse, to the 10, who tried jumps herself. And also, just a little side note, guys, Arch Kingsley's daughter, Taylor Kingsley, started riding races this spring. She is now 11 wins out of 14 mounts, and actually went over to Ireland and won for Shark Hanlon, who we saw win the American Grand National last fall at Far Hills. So it seems like some horsemanship runs in that family.
That good, Paul? That sounds good. 11 for 14.
That's pretty good. I mean,
man,
that's good in any sport. You know, you're 11-14 from the free throw line. That's good. Goodness gracious.
So the 3 our handicappers, from Paulie and JK and Richie as well, are all sticking clear of the favorite, Orange Freeze. Paul, you're going with a bit of an outsider here and shopping at Bloomie's 13-1.
Well, I like the 7 a little bit because, you know, the race before that was not bad and drew the 11 hole. First time out, drew the 9 hole, and then drew the 1. And I thought it got forced to go to the front end, and I don't think she really wanted it. I think she wants to sit behind horses. Now you get Manny Franco aboard, and maybe she can sit mid-pack. When you look back at that race, she was second choice to Orange Freeze. And I get it. She showed some pace, and the pace kind of collapsed that day. And now I'm getting 13-1 compared to 8-5 and 14-1. So I think the 7's a big overlay. Got a big shot in this race.
Shopping at Bloomie's, Manny Franco, pictured for Robert Falcone. Race shape, what are we looking for early on? Who do you expect to be in front when this field hits the far turn?
That's a good question. I mean, the 4 should show some speed. You know, it's going to be interesting what happens with the 6.
Finding their best ride, and right then, and Orange Freeze found another gear in the way she was traveling, as confident as Rosario was riding her. It did feel like one of those, okay, this is only a matter of by how far is she going to win.
Yeah, and she got
35.
9:45. They're having dessert right
now. He traveling.
I love it.
Christophe Clement with Orange Freeze.
See, he's saying more and more on the even money, more and more. You should have put more and more on the horse.
Somebody put more and more on the horse. Crushed even money at post time results. When we come back, plus Barbara Livingston, among the most respected photographers in the sport, sits down with Richie Migliore, not to discuss her work, but the man who inspired her most. That's next.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vekoma continues the battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Hillendale, Adelapa, Orange Freeze, Joel Rosario, in those Madacat colors. Ford trainer Christophe Clement. Christophe Clement standing by with the MiG. Maybe we can find out why he's not in the UK. Richie.
Yeah, we'll get to that, guys. But Christophe, nice 1-2 finish here. Orange Freeze was very good. She moved very nicely coming off the quarter pole.
And absolutely, she won a nice race. She got claimed, but you know, she did a job. She won today, and it took us quite a while to break a maiden, but she did it.
And you had the runner-up, Kamcha, who ran very well for first-time starter. Seemed pretty professional.
And absolutely, should improve a lot from the race. Very, very backward physically and mentally. So to me, testing to see the way she breathes, to see how much improvement we get from the race.
Now, Christophe, you have a division of horses here and a division up in Saratoga. Your son Miguel oversees that division. But you go back and forth. How often are you up there?
I try to go there every week. It's fun. Saratoga is a much quieter place than Belmont. It's a very good place to train horses. But the races are at Belmont, so we've got to be here as well.
Now, tomorrow you have Big Invasion in at Royal Ascot. You're here, but Miguel and Acacia are there already. Are you going to make the trip?
No, we'll not make the trip. Dean Reeves, the owner, is there, which is the most important thing. Miguel went. I'm here. We've got quite a few running today, quite a few running tomorrow, and I'll be watching on TV.
Well, I'm sure your deputy will handle the details perfectly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Plus, the horse just won. He finished, I thought, a little bit unlucky second in the Jaipur. He's very fit. Not much training. We're willing him right back, and plus with a long trip. We just need to have a bit of racing luck.
Best of luck there and continued good luck here. Guys, it's always fun to talk to Christophe. I just like talking horses with him.
Christophe, and Big Invasion with Acacia's there, Miguel's there. Big Invasion's in good hands.
Yeah, they're in great hands, and I think Big Invasion might make a good account of himself. Orange Freeze gets the job done. A Freud out of the Birdstorm mare, Hoop Skirt. Talking about Madacat Stables, and there's your pick six follow along, and it's been pretty formful, but you still got 3 races left to get that price, but hopefully you went single.
Yeah, and Clement did win.
Yeah.
Run 1-2.
The 3 got
Forgot
the bob.
to check the photo.
Yeah, the 3 got the bob for second.
Chalk players locked in thus far. 3 left in the pick 6 sequence. Race number 7. What do you think, Paulie? This turf sprint for restricted $30,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime.
This is where it gets a little tricky. Anytime you have, 30,000 non-winners or 2 getting on the inner turf for the first time. Now, the 3 Volkert, 2-1 on your morning line, not getting bet as we speak right now. I thought the 2 Foliage was going to be tough in here for Joe Sharp. And when his horses get bet, they usually run. But the last time that he ran, he didn't run that well. It's tough to improve off the Tom Drury barn, but Al Stahl had this horse, and this horse can get back to some of those back numbers on the turf at Churchill, Keeneland, and Fairgrounds. I thought the 2 Foliage would be very tough in here.
Which one of these $30,000 claimers will get their picture taken? We'll find out in about 21 minutes. Speaking of photographers, Barbara Livingston, she has snapped some of the most iconic photos in the history of the sport. Very recently went to great lengths to protect the work of the man who inspired her most. Richie Migliori sits down with Barbara Livingston.
Barbara, you recently acquired all of Jim Raftery's photos, his whole collection. For somebody who has been taking photos your entire life, why did you do that?
I grew up looking at Mr. Raftery's work, and just his name was revered. Any place near me, don't say anything bad about Mr. Raftery, because he helped to form the person I am, with not only just his race finishes, winner's circles, that kind of photograph, which is necessary for history, but because he would go beyond that, and he was an artist, and he would take photographs of the horses where I almost felt like I was touching their soft noses, or of the riders where I felt like I was friends with them at the dinner table. And so for years, I finally found out about where the family lived in Miami, and I just kept telling them how much I thought of their father and grandfather, depending who I was speaking with. And then finally, they were willing to let it go on to the next generation, to the next person. And obviously, I won't be keeping them forever. I'm just the steward for now. But I just wanted to do my best to protect them, to get the work out there, because I think a lot of people have lost a sense of the beauty of the history of our sport and of each horse and each person. And so, we made a deal. I drove down, I got a U-Haul down there, a 15-foot U-Haul, which is huge, by the way, and brought them all back up to near Saratoga to start working on them, chronicling them, just making sure they're protected until they go on to the next place, which will probably be the Keeneland Library.
He runs with quick, short, sharp strides, not the classic flowing locomotion of the rangier kind.
But at the end of the day, why? Like, what's the reward for you? It's not financial. What is it that drove you to do this?
I have such respect for what he did, and it's an incredible breadth of work. I had no idea even, and I knew how great he was, but I didn't know just the sheer quantity, racetrack after racetrack, 8, 9, 10 racetracks at different times, 40, 50 years of chronicling every detail that he could. I mean, that included security guards and signs at the track, and people's children, and everything, just everything that he thought was worth preserving for history's sake. When you own a lamp, you own the pictures on the walls, and you die, they just go on to the next generation at whatever crappy lawn sale you might have, for a quarter, $1, whatever, and they remain like they were. But with the negative collection, it almost doesn't exist until it comes back to life. Like they're dormant, they're little cocoons, and you bring them out and you turn them back into the butterflies they were when they were first created by a master craftsman.
Seabiscuit by 3. Seabiscuit is the winner by 4 lengths. And you never saw such a wild crowd. Seabiscuit the winner by 4 lengths.
To make that effort, Paul, to make sure someone else's work is preserved. Barbara Livingston, really a gift to the industry.
Well, she's, obviously, if not the best photographer that we have in the industry right now. And she's reaching back to somebody that was her idol, that was the best in the industry. Some of those shots are just absolutely amazing because it's almost like when you hear Babe Ruth and you hear things about Ty Cobb in baseball, or if you hear stuff about, Jim Brown in football, or in basketball, Lou Alcindor before he came Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Bill Russell and Bob Cousy and those kind of players. And you see those older type of photos, you see them. But you don't see them a lot in horse racing. And for Barber to bring those back out and see Eddie Arcaro, Seabiscuit, and War Admiral live at Pimlico, I mean, absolutely phenomenal stuff. And Barber, not only is she the best at her craft, she's following somebody who she thought was the best at his craft.
If you have a favorite athlete, and whenever you see an image, a picture, something you've never seen before, and how cool that always is. And for the industry to have all those images and how much that will mean moving forward, just truly incredible. Great stuff, Barbara Livingston. And Richie is with us. Richie, just really great stuff sitting down with Barbara and kind of unpacking everything that went in terms of the efforts to make sure Rafferty's, that all his work was preserved.
It really was a lot of fun for me as well, Lafitte. I went to the storage facility with her, and it's like going down a rabbit hole. You open up a box and you start looking at negatives, and it takes you someplace. And you open another one, it takes you someplace else. I really had an incredible day, a lot of fun doing it because I love the history of our game, and I love the fact that she took on the stewardship of that history. And I love the line she said about they're in a cocoon, and then you're bringing them back to life. And, it really was just such a great analogy, right? That they, in that cocoon and turn out to be that beautiful butterfly. And I have a Jim Raftery story. I was an apprentice jockey riding night and day, going to the Meadowlands at night. And, you get tired. You're riding probably, anywhere between 16 to 20 races a day, working horse in the morning. And I won a race, and it was just taking too long, in my estimation, in the winner's circle, and I got off before he finished taking the photo. And he actually had a photo of me undoing the saddle. And the next day, and I didn't think anything of it. I was a kid and, probably, just too into myself. The next day he came to the jockey's room before the races, and he said to me that he was disappointed in me and that photo means a lot to people that, worked hard to get that horse to the winner's circle. And by me jumping off the horse, it was showing not only a disrespect to the horse, but a disrespect to them. And in his own way, he made a young kid a lot smarter and a lot more thoughtful about what goes on around you, not so much just what goes on with you. Jim Raftery was a true gentleman.
And all these years later, you still remember that very moment.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting, like, to, again, go back through the, the history or the chronological order of your career, and little things, certain little moments that absolutely, kind of change your perspective or how you approach things or how you do things. And people like that who took the time to explain things, not yell, not get mad, not get confrontational, but to explain it made such a huge difference. And honestly, it embarrassed me. I felt embarrassed that I handled something so poorly and then had this classy gentleman explain to me and basically educate me.
Wow. Richie, great stuff with Barbara. Great feature, incredible story, and so thankful that we as racing fans, we still have access to all those incredible images representing so much of the history of our sport.
No, we do. I mean, it's just incredible stuff. It really is. I mean, this is the kind of thing like you discover a baseball card collection. You could sit there for like 20 hours looking at all these pictures. I'm sure Mick could go through all these negatives and start naming some of the horses. I'm sure some of those negatives are horses that we all looked up to as well. So it's just great stuff. And Barbara does great work herself. So, a lot of people try to follow somebody that's above them or try to follow their idol. Barbara's done it in a very good way where she's matched her idol a little bit. She is the best there is out there today, in my mind.
Her work will be preserved naturally moving forward as well. As our coverage here continues on America's Day at the Races, Stakes Racing Belmont Park on tomorrow. And trainer Chad Brown, if there's a stakes race on grass in New York, he'll be involved. Chad Brown, who is a 3-time Wild Applause winner and working on a 4th, the Saturday feature from Belmont.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hole of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here. Is
classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Term Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Warfront's 21 now. He's still doing great though as a stallion. He's still knocking out top class runners, and I think one of our best 2-year-olds is Warfront. He's Danzig made over. That's the reason why Dad wanted him here at the farm. He thought he looked just like his sire, which he does, and he's producing runners and offspring just like his sire. So hopefully we'll find the next son. We have a couple chances here at the War of Will and Silver State to carry on his legacy.
High praise. Danzig made over. Now 21 years old at Warfront at Claiborne Farm. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Foggy Friday evening here at Belmont Park. Tomorrow, the Wild Applause and 3-year-old fillies with a $150,000 purse on the Widener 1 mile field of 9, 8 if it's on grass. We're going to start with Breathaway and Joel Rosario, who is the 2-1 morning line favorite aside from the MTO. And her latest, Paulie, the Black-Eyed Susan Day at Pimlico, the Hilltop, wild finish here, and Breathaway just misses in the end.
Yeah, you could tell right at the beginning of that, she had her head like kind of high head carriage. She was kind of getting in between horses, but a bad trip kind of turned into a really good trip. But the outside filly of Spray just kind of got the jump on her and just is going to out-finish her. But they both go to the wire together. And Breathaway, listen, she's a nose, and this right here, half a length away from being 4 for 4. So she brings it every time. I would think she's going to be your favorite when they spring the latch.
Owned by Dean Reeves. It'll be a big Saturday for Reeves. Big Invasion, Royal Ascot, Breathaway, and the Wild Applause. And then Taxi Implications number 2. Manny Franco to ride, 3-1 on the morning line. Her most recent. It's been a while. Last fall, Aqueduct, the Chelsea Flower, Paulie, and Tax Implication. She's heavily favored, and turning for home, she does have work to do.
Yeah, and she just got just really green. I think she's the most dangerous one now that Chad's had some time to work. You can see she's just leaning in the whole way, and Manny Franco's trying his hardest on that to keep that rein and keep the horse going straight. And he does an unbelievable job. Look at him. I mean, how strong is Manny? And then he had to sort of stand up on the horse. This is the horse that's the dangerous horse because, she was a 3-year-old. She was a 2-year-old at that time. She's probably grown up. She's been betting both of her starts for Klarovich Stables, and she's been working at Saratoga Train Track. And Chad's got the knack of figuring these horses out, and if she behaves, she could be a handful.
Ancient Secret, Blowout, Eminent Victor. Will he rack up a 4th tomorrow afternoon in the Wild Applause, JK? Some real depth in tomorrow's Wild Applause.
Yeah, there's a couple of horses, 3 horses in particular, that I think that are all going to attract a lot of money. Tax Implications for Chad Brown, Liguria for Chad, and then also Breathaway for Christophe Clement. I'm going to go with Liguria. I've always felt like she's extremely talented. She's shown a lot of talent as a 2-year-old. And then I thought she ran well last time at Churchill Downs. And the issues they've had with the turf course at Churchill Downs are no question. So if are not, something that we've obviously talked about. So if someone doesn't run particularly well there, I can sometimes forgive them, or it's a built-in excuse, I think. And I just think that, I thought she ran well enough. Maybe she didn't love it. I think she will appreciate getting back to this, back to the Belmont's turf course. I just think she's got a lot of talent. I think she's got a lot of upside. Irad shows up here. I think that a lot of people will notice that. That'll probably hurt the price a little bit. But I think Liguria is the one of the two Chad Brown runners that I want. Breath Away, I just think it's going to be overbet in here. Got a fast number last time, was impressive closing. But, that race kind of started to fall apart. I think Breath Away will be a little bit overbet. That's why I'm going to go with the 3, Liguria.
A lot of ability, Liguria. Chad Brown, strong 1-2 punch. Exciting addition to the Wild Applause, especially when you connect the dots and recognize these are likely the fillies we will see in the Lake George and Lake Placid at Saratoga.
Yeah, and listen, I think Cecile, the 5 in there, has got a big shot. Lindsey Schultz, to me, ex-assistant trainer for Brad Cox, is an up-and-coming superstar. I watched her at Oaklawn, and this horse got on the turf last time and launched. So I also think that horse with Julian Leperoux aboard could be a player.
Part of the cross-country pick 5, 4 races from Royal Ascot and the Wild Applause. Post-parade, race 7, Belmont. There's Run White Rabbit. Probably runs better on dirt.
Wow, he is white, isn't he? My goodness. Son of Anchor, a 1 for 11 lifetime.
Foliage, a defeated favorite at this level last month.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit. Puts the blinkers on. Never had the blinkers on in 11 starts. Hopefully this will help. Joe Sharp usually really good with a blinker on move.
Volkert, a little erratic, but does fit with these. Current 5-2 favorite. More on him in a moment. Hatch, Junior Alvarado, his 4th jockey in as many races.
Yeah, taking all the money, right? I mean, 1 for 16 lifetime, 0 for 2 on the turf, but the public likes what they see.
Pull for him on name alone, Paulie. Majestic Johnson.
For Michelle Nevin, looking for another one on the card. And Jose Gomez aboard.
Dad's good runner. 2 races on grass, struggled in both.
Yeah, I mean, bring speed to the party, but not much more than that.
Number 7, Basis Risk. Ran well at the level, but that was in the slop.
Yeah, the race on turf against Better was not that bad. For a 24-1 shot, I'd endorse this horse way over the 6.
Run, Smitty, Run. 5-length winner in his latest on dirt.
Yeah, it was 5-length winner. And before that, he ran at Meadowlands. He's got some decent turf races. But he's going to have to step it up.
Look out for that gelding today. War Terminator, who's cold on the board. Glass drop, blinkers off. Manny Franco takes over.
I'm with you. The horse got a big shot in here. Gary Contessa been in some good barns and hasn't gotten the job done, but some numbers do stick out with the 9. If this Gray can get back to some of those races with Manny Franco aboard, I get 6-1 as an overlay, but this horse shouldn't be 6-1.
They're all 1 for something. $30,000 claimer, non-winners, 2 lifetime, 6 furlong sprint on the inner turf course. Richie, the gelding we're looking at, Foliage, defeated favorite at this level, last race. Why should today be any different?
It's a good question. I mean, from a physical perspective, I like what I'm seeing, but Joe Sharp's horses are usually pretty well turned out. When this horse was in good form, he would show good speed. He adds blinkers today, and sometimes his horses get older. They just get a little stale. They get in a rut, if you will, right? And sometimes just a change in equipment, like blinkers, will change their mind. Just give them a different perspective. And I just think that with the blinkers, this horse should be forward. And if he has any of his good form, he will be forward in a turf sprint that doesn't have what I consider true turf sprint speed. So I think Foliage is interesting in that respect because of the addition of blinkers, and maybe he just needs something different to kind of turn things around a little bit. The 3, Volkert, is a standout physically. I mean, he's your favorite at 5-2. Could not look any better. I like everything I'm seeing from him. And he's ultimately and somewhat reluctantly going to be my top selection. But the 5-horse Majestic Johnson is a horse I'm very interested in. I think this horse could play out to be maybe the speed here, and also a horse that ran extremely well last summer in Saratoga when he was claimed. He's got a nice steady work tab. I think he may be better with a start, but he might be good enough to contend here. I think he's a player at 8-1. Jonathan, what do you think?
Look, I agree with you, Richie. I like the 5, Majestic Johnson. You look at this horse, debuted for 40 and ran okay that day. Linda's not known to have her horses to run that great first time out anyway. So I think the horse ran pretty well, given the fact that the horse was 8-1, ran well on debut, then comes back, wins by open length in a turf sprint, gets claimed that day, and then we haven't seen this horse for almost a year. Michelle Nevin gave this horse time off after they claimed. Michelle Nevin in the past 2 years is 2 for 8 when she brings horses back off of long breaks turf sprinting. So, or on the turf, excuse me. So I just feel like this horse is probably going to run a little bit better. As a 3-year-old, the horse ran a nice figure that's very competitive with these horses. And from 3 to 4, I think makes a huge difference, especially in male horses. I think that we don't see it very often with the really good ones because they get whisked away to stud. But you think of horses like Frosted and Gunrunner, who were pretty darn good 3-year-olds, but they were sensational 4-year-olds. It just allows them to kind of grow up, to mature a little bit. And I think if Majestic Johnson can take a little bit of a step forward, run a little bit faster than they did last summer off of this break, switching barns, I think could be very competitive in this race.
Lightly raced Gelding, Majestic Johnson, and some of the others that you can – they've lost 10, 12, 15 times. Can't say that about Majestic Johnson, just his 3rd career start.
Yeah, when you run into confusing races like this or a maiden race where a lot of horses are 0 for or 1 for, sometimes you want to go for the 1 for or the 0 for the least. And that's in the case here with the 5, Majestic Johnson. That's why I landed on this horse. But I do think the 9 has got a big shot. I'm surprised that Volkert is your favorite. I understand 2-1. I just don't. I don't see it. If he wins, I lose.
Watch him in the stretch. Late switching leads in his last race, like high head carriage, just erratic. Like he ran well, he ran fine, but he needs to bear down. Something to watch for Volkert in the stretch, who is the favorite at 5-2 as they move into line. And Basis Risk being coaxed forward would be a big surprise and really shake up this pick 6. 2 left. Run, Smitty, run towards the outside. And look out for War Terminator and Manny Franco. Currently 9-2 will be the last to load. Johnny I standing by. It's post time for the 7th live from Belmont Park.
They're in the gate. And the Roth has in the beginning for number 1, Run White Rabbit. Hatch, along with Majestic Johnson and Dad's Good Runner. 3 of them across the track for the early lead. And they've got 2 lengths on Volkert, who's down on the inside in 4th. Basis Risk is now moving up in between horses from 5th. War Terminator is on the outside. Then a break of 2.5 lengths back to Foliage, followed next by Run Smitty Run, and the trailer is Run White Rabbit in 9th. The quarter, 21 4/5 seconds. So it is Hatch, the gray, on the inside, and Dad's Good Runner on the outside. And those 2 are heads apart. They've got almost 3 lengths on Volkert, who's down at the rail and in 3rd. War Terminator gains on the outside. Majestic Johnson's in between horses. Then it's Foliage and Basis Risk. The half in 44-4. It is Hatch who has the lead. Hatch in front by 1.5 lengths. War Terminator now coming on. And Foliage is gaining out in the middle of the course as they come for the 16th pole. Here is Foliage now to take over the lead. It is Foliage in front from off the pace to win it. War Terminator was 2nd, then Hatch in 3rd.
After burning money in his latest at the level as the favorite, Richie told you why he might turn things around, and he did so in a big way. Foliage from off the pace, 2 wins on the afternoon for Kentucky Derby. Belmont winning jockey, Javier Castellano.
Castellano just all the right moves right now. He knew that the 9, Manny Franco, had horse, and he was able to draft right off of Manny. And then the 9 in here, War Terminator starts to lug in a tiny bit, giving Manny a little bit of problems. Manny keeps getting these tough horses to ride here, and the 2 Foliage just goes right on by and gets the job done. Blinkers go on. Joe Sharp is dangerous when he makes move with these blinkers, and he's 21% with these turf sprints. And again, I just think, the 3 is a kind of horse that you look like he's always looks like he's loaded and looks like he's ready to run, and he just does not fire. And the 2 gets the job done. A $9 winner here.
Richie, he remained confident with Foliage. Top selection, 294. Joe Sharp, co-owner and trainer. Joe Englehart, co-owner with Sharp. And for Foliage, a 2nd lifetime win in his 12th career start. And you could tell while we're watching War Terminator, and he was picking it up late. Volkert was inside of horses, just didn't have the necessary punch in the end, but you picked up Foliage, and you could see he was traveling best of all.
Yeah, and Majestic Johnson, the 5, sort of got put into that, and they were going pretty fast early. I mean, 21-4 for these type of horses, 39 claimers too. That's moving, and stopping the clock in 108 and change, no slouch at all too for Foliage. So good job of training here by Joe. You know, this horse been in Al Stahl's barn, Tommy Drury's barn. Those are two very good trainers, and Joe's a good trainer in his own right.
So you mentioned Richie Sharp changing things up, and a very different performance than we saw in his last race from Foliage.
And it's always interesting with these older horses, a change of equipment sometimes very meaningful, just kind of changes their mind. Horse you really want to watch out of this, and for everybody watching at home, is the 5, Majestic Johnson. He just basically allowed the 9-horse War Terminator to get first run on him, kind of stuffed him in behind horses, had to kind of hit pause when the race was going forward. When he finally was able to get outside, he leveled off and ran to the wire. With that race under his belt and a cleaner trip, he could be a good thing for us, Paulie, up in Saratoga.
Yeah, I like it. He's completely right. If you go back and you look at that stretch run, Manny Franco did an unbelievable job pinning him in and knowing, okay, I got to pin him in and the 3 because Volkert at the top of the lane looked like he had horse. So Manny was able to pin those 2 in, and then it made a clear run for Foliage on the outside, and the 5 had to swing outside of that. So might have been the best, but you got to give the credit to the 2 there. Maybe a little bit of assist there from the 9 War Terminator, who ran a good second.
But lots to smile about for that Hall of Fame jockey these days. Javier Castellano, 2 wins on the afternoon. Who will he choose if he ever has to make that option? Mage, Arcangelo? Doesn't have to worry about it now, but perhaps eventually. Results when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliori in the winner's circle here at Belmont Park with Hall of Fame rider, and I can say now Kentucky Derby winner and Belmont Stakes winning rider, Javier Castellano. Javier having a tremendous year and another nice ride here on the 2-horse Foliage. It just times your move perfectly. And the thing that stands out watching you ride right now, Javier, it just looks like you're having a lot of fun.
I really do. The way everything worked out perfect. I enjoy the ride. I like everything fall in the right direction. today I have a perfect scenario. A lot of speed in the race, the way they folded the race, and my horse come from behind horse, the way he did it, the way he finished today, I really like it. Like you say, I enjoy my moment. I've been working for so many years. I enjoy the ride. I try to use my best judgment in the races. I try to find the horse in the right place, in the right time to win the race. And a lot of opportunity, trust me. A lot of people, they give me opportunity to ride the best horses in the ground and have fun with the best top colony in the country.
Well, and it really shows. And, you know, you're just at a different stage of your career. When you're younger, even if you're having success, you're trying to establish yourself. You're trying to make it. It's a different kind of pressure. It looks like you're riding with no pressure at all.
Absolutely, Richie. We all go through. In the beginning, we overdo it. We overthink it. We try to really hard to get it done. I think I feel like now I enjoy my career, the way I've been completing my achievement in my career. And try to enjoy it, have fun, put the horse in the right place in the right time to win the race, enjoy.
And you just had your first trip over to Royal Ascot. How was that for you? What kind of an experience?
It was also, I have the best time ever. You know, I enjoy, I know the atmosphere, I know the culture, I know the people, and very prestige races, and one of the best in the countries. And I really like it there, everything, you know, the way the races over there. Beautiful horses, beautiful people. I think we have a lot of fun.
Okay, now, Javier, everybody's asking. I know you're not going to give me an answer right now. You ride two of the best 3-year-olds this year, the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, and now the Belmont Stakes winner, Arcangelo. You've won 6 Travers Stakes, looking for 7. Who's it going to be on?
Richie, trust me, this is the best probably to have and try to enjoy my moment step by step. Today is June. Long way to go. We got to go through July and August. I think you see how the preparations you go to the travel and take it step by step.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I had to ask you that. And guys, a guy that's enjoying, or should I say, he loves his job.
I love my job.
My man, Javier Castellano.
Richie went there. I love it.
He had to.
I love it. He went there and asked him who he would ride. And look, you knew you were going to get the diplomatic response from Javier Castellano. He is a pro. But the point is, at some point, he could have to make that decision. And it's not as if, you know, with Jenna Antonucci trains Arcangelo and with Gustavo Delgado on Mage, if they were trained by someone who Castellano rides 1 million horses for, that makes that decision that much easier. In the end, it's going to come down to who he simply thinks is best.
Yeah. That's going to be very interesting when that happens. And, you know, this resurgence has been done kind of through a lot of different barns. You know, when he was the 4-time Eclipse winning award jockey, he was in the Todd Pletcher barn. He was in all those barns. Then the Ortiz brothers came along after, you know, Javier had a couple accidents. And now he's kind of not in that Todd Pletcher barn, is he? He's winning with a lot of different connections, and he's getting the job done. He's won the Kentucky Derby, and he won the Belmont Stakes. He's making all the right calls. And he mentioned something to Mig that's very interesting. We all go through this. In the professional sports, you go through it. I mean, I've been through 22 slumps, and it's not like you're having awful. Sometimes you're hitting the ball hard right on the nose. Things aren't falling in the right spot. Right now, Javier is just making all the right calls, and he's seeing the ball, if he was playing baseball, like a beach ball right now. Everything that he goes through, the races are setting up perfect for him. You know, those things that we always talk about, things even out, they're evening out right now for Javier Castellano. He went through those 2.5 years of struggle, and right now he's showing you and everybody else that he's still one of the best jockeys in the world.
That makes it that much more fun going to work. As he mentioned, he does love his job. Now a Derby winning and Belmont Stakes winning jockey, Javier Castellano, 2 wins this afternoon. When we come back, yeah, that guy lit up 48,000 plus right here on Belmont Stakes Day. Cody's wish, not just his work on the racetrack, but his connection with a young man and the difference he's made in his life. Stay tuned to watch the America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to six-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew. Secretariat.
Zenyatta. How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
You've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards a limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10 and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse have the opportunity for a say and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
Paul and I just learned something about one another as we welcome you back to America's Day at the Races. I asked him, like, what's your favorite all-time horse name? Both of us with the same name in mind, only because of how Tom Durkin would say it.
Yeah, R. We have to have that race call somewhere. It was. Did it have any? How many R's did it have? Was it A, R? I got to look it up.
According to Tom, like 37.
Yeah, 37 R's. And then the other one, probably my favorite New York bred, was when Tom called him. I think he won the big race, the New York Stallion Series. Stud Muffin. Yeah, Stud Muffin was great too. I always thought that was a great name. But R, still one of the best calls from Durkin. Gotta love it.
I do have an idea though for past performance providers that for first-time starters only, phonetic spelling, so that early on in their careers we're not saying Barbero, we're not saying Giacomo when it's Giacomo Barbaro. So many famous horses early on in their career were saying the name's wrong because essentially you're guessing.
No, you are
In
guessing.
some cases.
Listen, I bred some horses too. I remember I had a Yes It's True filly, and I named the horse True Bella after my daughter. So you have like these things here and there. I had another horse I named after my father, Luigi, because he looks like Luigi from Mario Brothers, and he ran like Luigi from Mario Brothers. So so when you name some names, you have a little fun. I will say this: when you name them after family members, it doesn't work a lot of the time. So try to name them a little bit towards the pedigrees, and they'll run a little bit better.
This particular name worked out beautifully as we introduced the 1800 Tequila Best Throwback Performance. And as good as Arcangelo was in the Belmont Stakes, this performance, this story, stole the show. Cody's Wish, the Best Throwback Performance 1800 Tequila, brought to you by 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila. Taste is everything for Cody's Wish. Winning has been everything, Paulie, racking up grade 1 win after grade 1 win. Spectacular in the Met Mile.
He really has been. And you go back and you watch that stretch run. I don't think I've ever seen a horse in a while. First of all, his stride is efficient. He does not wear blinkers. And even Elite Power's looking all over the place. He is straight as a string. He runs straight as a string with his head straight forward, does not look around, so efficient. And I can understand why Junior Alvarado's excited now. Okay, he's learned to relax. We're about to ready to go around 2 turns, and I think he's going to be able to handle it because his stride is so efficient. And like I said, he keeps himself mind on task throughout the stretch. When he circled that field, he could have got lost on the lead, but he is straightforward, going right to the line. And I think he's special. I hope he really runs well in the Whitney because it would be great to see him in the Classic.
But that atmosphere, what that would be like, Saratoga, that horse, that story, in the Whitney, it would be absolutely electric.
It would be. It would be. And the horse knows Cody Dorman. If you don't know the story, it's an absolutely amazing story. Last 2 times this horse has won, this horse has laid his head right on Cody's shoulder. It knows exactly who he is. And it's almost like this horse knows that I need to win for Cody. It's unreal. It's unreal.
Moment of the year. Last year, his victory in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile with Cody Dorman there. The reaction here at Belmont Park in his win in the Met Mile. We look forward to seeing Cody's Wish next resurface, like we're hoping, the Whitney. But for the Met Mile, the 1800 Tequila Best Throwback Performance from the undercard of the Belmont Stakes. More live racing. The 8th race at Belmont here. Horses are in the paddock. You're looking at the gray in Cupid's Heart. Heavily backed favorite. Odds on 4-5. We'll be right back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Riders up. This good allowance race. Looking at the favorite, heavily backed favorite, Cupid's Heart, 4-5, 6.5 furlong dash on the main track, $95,000 purse. Does she feel like a 4-5 shot to you, Paulie, on paper?
Well, she does. The ink in the ointment could be Royal Poppy. Now, the entry here does have the 1A, who does have speed, and I would think Ray Handel's going to send the 1A in here. But Orlando Noda has the 1. So they're not the same owner, but they're the same trainers, the different trainers. So I don't know how this is going to go down. But Cupid's Heart is very, very fast. And when she gets the lead on the front end and she's by herself to the far turn, she's never lost. She's always put the field away. So if she gets challenged, though, that's her one Achilles heel. But if you leave her alone, this is what ends up happening.
Confidently ridden, an understatement. That was her last win, 2 starts back last fall. Aqueduct, odds on, performing accordingly. So, yeah, something to watch early in terms of what the race shape unfolds like in her favor or otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, to a T, the other part of the entry is 3 for 28 lifetime with a lot of seconds, but is the horse that comes from out of it. So I think they're going to try to play that game. Royal Poppy, the 1A running towards the front end, the 1 going to try to swoop the field and try to put pressure on the 6 Cupid's Heart. And does that include maybe the 4 Cali Magic or the 3 in here, Cupid's Girl? Remains to be seen.
She did win her debut completely differently, coming from well off the pace. Yeah. So some versatility here with Cupid's Heart. Even money. Javier Castellano looking to go back-to-back, seeking a 3rd win on the afternoon. And the entry, very strong. Paulie, 2AT, as you touched on. Royal Poppy, 2 for 1, 6-5. We start with 2AT and Zilla Racing. Owned the winner of yesterday's nightcap, who triggered the pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, this horse is cutting back way in distance, but when you look at the 6.5 furlong record, has never missed the trifecta. 2 wins, 3 seconds, and a 3rd. Will be charging late.
Royal Poppy, Katie Davis, second half of the entry.
Yeah, this filly by Classic Empire, I think it's going to have to do the dirty work on the front end to keep Cupid's Heart at least company for a while.
Big scratch, Amirati out, Cupid's Girl in, not to be confused with Cupid's Heart. Big difference.
Yeah, Cupid's Girl, 2 for 17 lifetime. Has only been on the turf 1 time, and that didn't work out, so they've kept her on the dirt. She's 2 for 12 in the dirt.
Cali Magic, there she is in Manny Franco, back to dirt for the New York bred.
She's got a couple races that goes through that she pops. Like 2 back she won. She's got another race. So she's been behind Cupid's Heart a couple times, though.
At least she's Smile, number 5, an outsider. First race outside Florida, first race since early February.
Yeah, Eric Cancel gets the call here. No, excuse me, Junior Alvarado is the rider. I'm sorry, for Jose Jimenez. This horse been in South Florida, going to make her first start here in New York.
This is the Cupid, most likely to win. Cupid's Heart. Lots of layoff lines. If that sort of thing throws you off a little bit, perhaps a concern.
Yeah, it could be. The last time she was off layoff, she won very, very easily her 3-year-old debut. This will be her 4-year-old debut. And being off for a long time, I would think she's going to be very sharp from the get-go.
Proven off the bench, Cupid's Heart all adds up to even money. But, Richie, the entry, your thoughts on 2AT and Royal Poppy?
Yeah, I think they're a very smart entry, right? One has speed, one's a closer. They have complementing styles, and that's what you want from an entry. We saw that perfect execution of that yesterday from the Linda Rice barn, when Gunnett came from off the pace after C's Get Degrees made the pace, and you want horses that have that disparative style, right? The 1 to a T out of the 2 looks better to me. I like what I see from her. She's got the right kind of style closing. Now, that being said, she also does have 3 wins, 9 seconds. So, when you see a horse start racking up more seconds than wins, you just wonder how much they want to pass horses as opposed to being content to run with horses. But from a physical perspective, very well turned out for Orlando Noda. The 4 Cali Magic, I'm always amazed and impressed with this 5-year-old mare. She just always seems to hold her condition. She always looks good. She looks always enthusiastic about her job. She's also versatile. She can show speed if there's not a lot of speed on on. She's more naturally a closing type. I do think she gets speed to close into, and I think she's interesting. And again, just a filly that carries her condition so well. And the 6 Cupid's Heart, I can't see past her. I think her, coming back at 6.5, she's won off the layoff before. I love the work tab coming in. I love the way they picked up the momentum of the works, and then kind of came in with this maintenance half and 48-3. She's making a beautiful impression on the track, and a filly that early in her career could get pretty wild, a little keyed up. She has just gotten so professional and settled into her job. She's well posted. Javier Castellano, just too many things to like. And then I was talking with Bruce Levine's assistant, Ray, and Ray and I go so far back when we used to get smuggled into Belmont in the bed of the pickup truck of Dennis Briders because we were both underage to work here. So when you go that far back with somebody, you also got to root for them, don't you?
You fractured a law or two when you were a kid, Richie. I'm learning quickly.
Bent a few. Didn't break anything. Just lean into that gray area.
It's all right. Hiding in the trunk's not a misdemeanor.
Just go into the track. Just go into the track. It's hard to fault Cupid's Heart. You see, Castellano in the Flying P Hot Pink, and for co-owner Randy Hill, had a win here yesterday at Belmont, and now a Queen Mary winning co-owner Randy Hill.
Yeah, pretty crazy, right? How we can change all that, but I think she's even money, and she might go below that. She's off the layoff. I get it. But the reason why is because when you look at this field, you have Cupid's Heart, 2 for 17, 5 seconds to a T, 9 seconds with 3 wins. Cali Magic, 8 seconds. Royal Poppy, 3 seconds. All these horses in this race have more seconds than wins. Cupid's Heart has 3 wins. The only horse in this race that has more wins is Cali Magic with 26 starts, and Cupid's Heart has 5 starts. So you have a lot of horses that love to check in second with a horse like the 6 that could be on the front end with a lot of horses that don't like to win.
JK, Randy Hill, he's going to be bringing the heat, coming at you strong with his short game this summer.
Yeah, he's a little light at Royal Ascot. I saw he's a little subdued there. I guess there must be some kind of dress code he had to follow. But, I'm sure he'll be coming in. He sent me a text message that he won the Queen Mary as if I somehow missed it. But that's my guy, Randy Hill. Look, I love Cupid's Heart in here. Drawn towards the outside with some speed, tactical speed in a race that doesn't have a ton of pace. I think she's going to really enjoy that outside spot. And then we talk about the layoff. Not only did she win she's coming in off a 210-day layoff. Not only did she win off a 288-day layoff in her 3-year-old debut, she also won first time out. And I always think that horses that can win first time out, they get themselves fit in the mornings. And their trainers, especially when it's the same trainer, knows what it takes to get her fit. She's not going to fool Bruce Levine anymore. Bruce Levine knows what Cupid's Heart needs to be ready to roll. She won first out, which is a very impressive performance, and then she won off that 288-day layoff. So I have no concerns that she'll be ready. I love where she's drawn. I love how fast she is. I love everything about her here. The only thing I don't really love is the price.
You have to pay for it, 3 to 5. He texted him he won the Queen Mary. There are humble brags, and then there's that.
It's like Pat Mahomes testing somebody. Hey, we just won a Super Bowl.
Really? I missed that.
Is he going to Disneyland?
That is strong. Randy Hill here. Randy Hill with Flying P. They have the favorite. Cupid's Heart, odds on. Javier Castellano seeking a third post time. Johnny I standing by.
And they're off. And it is Cali Magic who goes out for the lead. Adelisa Smile racing in second. Cupid's Heart, the gray on the far outside, now moves into third. Then it's the entry, Royal Poppy in 2 a T. And trailing the field is Cupid's Girl in sixth. Cali Magic, 3 parts of a length. Cupid's Heart on the outside. And Adelisa Smile. Adelisa Smile had a steady there after a quarter in 22 and 2. So it's Cali Magic by a half length. Cupid's Heart on the outside, second now by 2. Adelisa Smile runs in third, 2.5 lengths to Royal Poppy in fourth. Cupid's Girl moves up a spot, 2 a T is the trailer. Cali Magic and Cupid's Heart are heads apart now as they come for the top of the stretch, the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. Cali Magic on the inside and Cupid's Heart on the outside. It is Kali Magic who has the lead here. Cupid's Heart being asked for more, but is now 3.5 lengths away from Kali Magic. Kali Magic in front. Cupid's Heart runs in second. Then Adelisa's Smile, followed by Tuati and Royal Poppy. It is still Kali Magic trying to take them wire to wire here. A late surge on the outside from Adelisa's Smile. They come for the finish, and Kali Magic holds on narrowly over the late charging Adelisa's Smile.
Desperate finish, and the Wachtell Stable Homebred holds on. Kali Magic, late surge from the Florida Invader. Adelisa's Smile, the favorite. Cupid's Heart, a disappointing third.
Yeah, Cupid's Heart just never really got on the bit. From the beginning of the race, Javier Castellano had to really push her forward to try to challenge Kali Magic. And I said right before the race, she's got a couple races to go to, and she was the one that had 5 wins in this race. And if you look, whenever she gets the lead, she's very tough. Now 3 for 6 at this distance. And the 5, Adelisa's Smile, at a giant price here, ran a giant race at 28 to 1. Almost got up for Junior Alvarado, but your 2 favorites nowhere here, and this is going to spice up your pick 6 and your pick 5.
Look, the Stranger Danger, the horse we didn't know much about, the wild card, Adelisa's Smile, the 5 races in Florida, unraced since early February, puts in a bold late run on the outside despite the fact she's on the wrong lead. Cupid's Heart is spinning her wheels, and Kali Magic, Manny Franco, strong handling, strong finish. The wire just in time holds on by about a head/neck.
Yeah. Well, the complexion changed. You know, everybody thought, okay, Cupid's Heart and Royal Poppy would go to the front end, but the 4 and the 5 showed the speed. Javier Castellano got Cupid's Heart into position, but just didn't have any punch at all. To a T, and this Royal Poppy, I'd like to see what happened out of the gate. She was never involved in this race, but congratulations to Chris Englehart. A mare by Al-Khali. Al-Khali had to be one of the most unluckiest turf horses. I remember ridden by Alan Garcia, if a lot of people remember that name. But, yeah, let's look at the start. What happened to Royal Poppy? Now, Royal Poppy's won from the outside, and you could see the 6 and the 1A, just your 2 outside horses you think are going to sort of be engaged. They just, well, the 1A's not really getting pushed at all, really, towards the front end. I don't understand those tactics.
Out-footed.
Yeah.
Cupid's Heart farther back than anticipated.
Yeah.
Kali Magic makes the lead, and this is between Cupid's Heart and the entry. The fact that Kali Magic at 5, this is going to play massive in the pick 6 and the pick.
No, it is, because everybody in here, I mean, when you looked at this race, you went 1-6. You got a horse here.
Yeah.
In Kali Magic, you had never thought would get to the front end, and gets to the front end, and basically was going to be tough to catch. Cupid's Heart hasn't passed that many horses and was coming off a really long layoff. You would thinking that at 3 to 5 that this horse would push to the front, but Javier didn't break well with the horse, and I think he did the right thing. He just laid right outside the 4, but the 4 just had a lot left, and so did the 5 at a giant price, who almost won the race.
Last 2 races on dirt, wire-to-wire win. Aqueduct in April, wire-to-wire win here. Belmont, Richie told you what a fan he's been of hers all along. The 5-year-old mare, a 6-time winner now with 8 second-place finishes. It's going to play a lot bigger than 1260 in the pick 5 and the pick 6. Winning rider Manny Franco standing by with Richie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. And Manny, this filly, Kali Magic, you've ridden over her on and off over an extended period of time. To me, when you ride her, she always seems to show better speed.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get along with her. I every time I ride her, I want my mouth away from the pony. I make sure she's good, and she's running for me, I guess. And she broke on top. I let her do her thing. She's a big filly. I don't want to take anything away from her, and she got it done.
Watching her warm up, she really just looks so good. She carries her condition so well, and she seems like she really enjoys her job.
Yeah, I mean, she's a pretty honest filly. She always show up when she run, and like you say, she was ready today. She won my mouth great for me, and when the doors open, she break alert, and she did the rest.
The last 70 yards, the challenge is coming, and I think to me that's when all of your physical strength really comes out. I mean, you really helped her through the wire.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go a little fast in the second quarter because I got I think it was Junior and Javier outside. I just keep improving my position, and in the end, she kind of get tired a little bit on me, but I try to help her.
Well, you did help her. Congratulations. Well done. And, guys, I'm a fan of jockeys, and I really like when a guy can finish on a horse. So Manny Franco's about as strong a finisher as we have here.
Real strong handling. That is one confident jockey. Holly, like a Marlboro man, posted up.
Yeah. He's just sitting there going, hey, I'm buying the next round. Yeah, you know, sometimes horses just respond for certain jockeys. And like I said, whenever I miss a race, I didn't like it for, I always go back and I look. And I'm looking right now and I'm going, Manny Franco, last time he rode this horse, W. Another time he rode this horse, lost by half a length. Another time he rode this horse, a W. So 3 out of the 6 wins.
They get along well.
They get along well. And that's something you miss, and then you got to go back and sort of like, okay, I missed that. You got to pay attention to little things like that. And I try to go back and realize, why did I miss this horse? Because it looked 1-6. Now you look at it now with Manny on this horse can run for Manny, and Manny's got the key to the engine. And he did the right thing. He broke sharp and said, you know what? If the 6 wants to come out and duel with me, good luck, but I'm going to the front end here, and he took the initiative.
See it at every level. Junior Alvarado, Cody's Wish, perfect together. Manny Franco, Cali Magic, they've been real solid together. And a big win here in the 8th of 9 at Belmont Park. With the nightcap looming. Update on the pick 6 when we come back. Plus, quick turnaround for that talented turf sprinter. Big Invasion, just ran in the Jaipur. Now he's in the UK, racing tomorrow at Royal Ascot. Stay tuned.
They're off with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And today's he's right on the inside of the Jack. Forte has come under a ride now. And he's going 3 wide. And he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure. And he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside. Cape Rock along the rail. And Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Puts ahead in front. Tap It Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
Eight down, 1 left on the Friday program. Belmont Park, welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A few weeks back with the Belmont Stakes in the undercard, we had a very exciting Grade 1 turf race in the Jaipur. The second place finisher, Big Invasion, quick turnaround. Yeah. He's in the UK and running tomorrow morning in the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee. 20 to 1 on the morning line.
Yeah, and he's a horse that, you know, talking to Acacia, I was able to talk to her. He thrives on racing. Actually, she was telling me one of his W's that he had, he actually got loose one day, I want to say like 2 or 3 days outside of the race and ran around for 2 miles and then came back and won the race. So they're not worried about his conditioning. So he kind of thrives on running a lot. So you heard Christophe, it's a quick turnaround, but they didn't have to do much with him because he's fit. They're just hoping that the long trip, there you see him getting beat by Caravel. And then, listen, Casa Creed was third, and Casa Creed has gone overseas and made a good account of himself. I have a feeling this horse is going to run okay tomorrow.
currently 18-1. Morning line favorite, Artorias, 3-1. Not quite sure who the choice is as of now. I don't know. Does it bug you? I mean, from a confidence standpoint, Christophe Clement is here.
No.
Do you pay attention to those types of things? If connections make the journey, that kind of thing. Miguel is there, obviously, with Acacia. I'm just, as a handicapper, picking your brain a little bit. Does that sort of thing ever play in?
No, it doesn't, because, he's putting a trust in Miguel with a lot of his horses up at Saratoga and training a lot of the horses. So I think the horse is in great hands. And you got to understand, Big Invasion now, he's experienced. He knows his job. So I think he like I said, I think he's going to make a good account of himself. I really do. 18-1
currently in the wagering. That's tomorrow in the Jubilee. The Americans thus far, the one win. What a story. Crimson Advocate by a desperate nose with Johnny Velasquez. Velasquez now a 4-time winner at the Royal Meeting. Classic Causeway 6. Aside from that, some disappointments. I was expecting a lot more from American Rascal for trainer Wesley Ward, given what, my God, he did, lighting up social media in his debut at Keeneland and Ward's track record over the years at the Royal Meeting.
Yeah, just a disappointing one. Listen, Wesley's done so successful when he's taken his horses over at Royal Ascot. It just seems like his horses right now are just kind of a bit out of form. We've seen a lot of them here just not run up to their potential, or they've been struggling a tiny bit. So, sometimes these horses go in cycles a little bit. American Rascal just didn't fire his best shot, but he's very, very talented, and I think he'll be okay when Wesley brings him back to the States.
Been such a fun week of racing, the 5th and final day at the Royal Meeting. Tomorrow morning, we'll see how Big Invasion does, currently 18-1 for the Jubilee. Meantime, we have one left here at Belmont Park, New York-bred maidens. On the Widener turf course, who'd you come up with here, Paulie, with a 5-2 current favorite at the bottom in Captain Party?
Well, big drawing, right? I mean, George Weaver on fire. The 13 draws in with Javier Castellano on fire. I mean, the connections could not be going any more. I'm sure they had a nice little party over in Royal Ascot as well. So, hunch play, I would think. I think the 4 in here, Z Dancer, it's a ridiculous price.
Castellano, and they're not necessarily impressed with the fish and chips over in the UK, but aside from that, had a blast. Now back in the States, winning races. We'll see if he can rack up a third on the afternoon. Or will it be David Donk's afternoon in the nightcap? Has Tony O as well as Stowe on the world. When we come back, his all-time favorite race, David Donk. He's won a lot of them. That's next.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. I'm at 85, 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Mabel. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Alfuz comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Alfuz who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2.
Dr. Alfuz determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
It was just exciting. Awad, when you think of like climax stretch runners, like a better talk now. Awad never won a Breeders' Cup Turf, but that's the type of horse he was. Far, far back would unleash a furious run. David Donk's favorite race.
Yeah. Cool stuff there for David. Runner 1-2, worried about losing the owner. That's great stuff. And he's wearing that jet hat a little bit prouder now with Aaron Rodgers.
I was going to say.
As long as Aaron just doesn't go any more dark retreats, we're okay with the Jets.
Well, he came out of the dark room after 4 days and wound up deciding on the Jets.
Well, he's quit dating Blue Oyster or whatever her name was.
A lot of excited Jet fans. Great defense. Aaron Rodgers calling the signals. Jets, Jets. David Dunk well represented here with the two strong contenders as we check in with Richie for this Race 9 Paddock Report. Richie.
A really interesting way to end the day here. The nightcap, we'll start with the 2 Oyster. He's a sibling to Chowder and Lobster, trained by Gary Siaka. So we got a lot of A's going on in there. But this is a really sharp-looking individual. Man, he looks good. I talked to Gary. He said he's kind of a horse just keeps, kind of coming. He expects him to finish. He doesn't have any, at least he hasn't shown any speed in the mornings, but he does finish his works. So he's looking for him to come with a big run. I will say from a physical perspective, he is an impressive-looking individual. The 4Z Dancer also making a nice impression. This horse adds blinkers. And watching the replay of this horse's races last night, I felt like last time he was running in stops and starts, like the emergency brake was on. And he actually finished with interest, was only beaten a length. If the blinkers can get his focus where he has some continuity to his run, I think you'll see a better effort instead of that kind of stop and start that I saw. All good here. I like this horse, going a mile. He was a little bit too keen first time out at Tampa. Last time, he basically got eliminated in the first eighth of a mile. He just had a very rough trip. That was 2 turns at Aqueduct, Mount of 16th. The 1-turn mile at Belmont, I think allows, the rider to let him get into a rhythm, get into a stride, where last time he kind of got shuffled out of the race. And the 6, Chulligan, this horse is really bred for the turf. Barra Gold, his mother, won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint on the dirt, but she was also a stakes winner on turf. The Grand Dam Concord Kid, actually, I broke her maiden here, and she went on to win stakes on the turf. There's a lot of turf in this pedigree, and I like what I'm seeing, and I'm seeing a turf horse from a physical perspective. You know, that flatter foot we talk about, those longer, slacker pasterns. And just to give you guys an idea of just how old I actually am, I actually even rode this horse's great-granddam. So, I mean, pretty soon I'm going to start running out of horses that I used to ride the relatives because it's just been that long.
Decades in the saddle.
It happens. Listen, Richie, don't worry. All my buddies, friends are in the big leagues now. You know, when I look back at it, Cal Quantrill, I used to play catch with him. Alberto Mondesi, I used to throw BP to him. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was running around the yard all the time, hitting home runs when he was like 10. Bo Bichette, I used to see him running around picking up bats all the time. So don't worry. We're in the same boat.
You just saw Trevor McCarthy, Gary Siaka, like they're waiting for a bus out there. Cheligan, Andy mentioned this earlier as well. It's odd that Richie brought up in terms of the pedigree. Yeah, Atabara Gold, a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner at 1,000 to 1 at Del Mar, and yet more of a turf sire, or turf influence, I should say. The dam of Cheligan, who is currently 9 to 2. The pick 6 hanging in the balance. One left. The nightcap. Post Parade, that's next on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41 to 1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale. The first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Feza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Riders up, horses leaving the paddock. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. 9th and final, New York bred maidens on the grass, 3-year-olds and older. Looking at Born Dancer at 8 to 1. Who'd you come up with in this one, Paulie?
You know, I thought this was a difficult race. I do think the 4 has got a big shot. I do think the 13 is a huge draw-in, but there's so many different ways you can go in here. I thought the 10, Tony O, has a look. The horse on the screen, Born Dancer, has not disgraced himself at all on the turf. You know, Cheligan, like, you know, obviously that pedigree is giant, you know. And then the 12, I'm surprised at the 12 because the 12 is actually bet in the multis 5 to 1 right now.
Take a look at the field. Post Parade, Born Dancer, who did falter as the favorite at this level.
Yeah, I mean, and it's been off a layoff since October of 2022. We've seen Michelle Nevin with the win on the card already today.
Chowder. Lobster. There's Oyster, first-time starter.
That's some good stuff. At least they got this son of micromanage on the turf and got to work Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Gossiping Pando, Chester Mary Broman, debuting homebred.
Wow, Stormcat mare. It's got to be pretty old there, but Jose Ortiz gets in the irons.
Richie gave you some reasons to give Z Dancer a second look.
Yeah, and I think that was a pretty good race. You know, Creasa kind of just exploded late in that race to win, and I think the 4 with a better break's got a big shot in here.
All good here for Christophe Clement, 16-1. Manny Franco looking for the upset.
Yeah, another horse that's been bet okay in his first 2 starts. Not without a chance at all. I mean, Christophe Clement's such a good conditioner.
Mom was a Breeders' Cup champ. Bar of gold. There's Chulligan, first start on grass.
Yeah, another horse that's got 3 straight turf works over at Saratoga. That's a great thing about Saratoga. You can go up to the train track there and get some turf works in.
Great name, Ferris Mueller. 37 years since Ferris Bueller debuted in theaters.
Oh, God, what a great movie. Go to the Cubs game and end up on the Jumbotron. This one, Gary Richardson, the Iron.
Life comes at you pretty fast, Paul. Unaffected. Currently 62-1 would be a big surprise.
Didn't do much running first time with blinkers and turf, so they threw a lot at him last time. Maybe he'll improve.
Tony O, maybe this will be David Donk's favorite race.
You know, I kind of like this horse more than the 12. Call me crazy at 11-1, but I think Tony O's got an okay shot.
Border Patrol, Team Block debuting homebred, cold on the board.
Point of entry, so he's bred for the turf, too. Deputy Commander on the bottom side. You get Dylan Davis aboard.
Stowe of the Wold, there he is, in a handful. A second at 2 for David Donk. Where's he going?
He's going out to the, I don't know, but he showed pace last time in a slow race, and he kind of just backed up, and he had the bug boy before. Irad's going to have to work his magic, I think.
The post switch does not work for Stowe of the Wold, part of the story. Then Captain Party for Queen Mary winning trainer George Weaver.
Yeah, I think this one, as Richard Grunder would say, strictly the one to beat. And it says shied off heels late in that last one. Kind of did a little bit. I don't know if that was really the comment, but the way George Weaver's going, the way Javier Castellano's going, and this horse has run a couple bang-up races, deserves to be your favorite.
As you look at Tony O, Jose Gomez smiling. Pre-race, JK, might Gomez be smiling after this 9th and final?
I don't know. I like the 13 quite a bit. I'm not crazy about the draw, but this is a horse that, you know, George tried along and then cut back to the 7 furlongs, and the horse ran extremely well. Going from the 7 to the mile doesn't really concern me too much. I don't normally like turf sprint stretch outs. I don't necessarily call that 7 furlongs a true turf sprint. My opinion about not liking turf sprint stretch outs is more like the 5, 5.5, 6 variety. I think 7 to a mile isn't too crazy. Just have to work out a trip from there. I thought ran extremely well last time, closing into a slow pace. One of my favorite angles in turf races. And I think that the way that this race is going to unfold, closing into that slow pace going 7, now getting a little bit of extra ground to work with, I think it's going to work quite well for the 13 Captain Party. I thought Dave Donk also was a little bit interesting, the 12 and the 10. I agree with Paulie. The 12 is interesting, but he got loose on a slow lead last time and couldn't hold on. Tony O was trying to close in to that slow pace and actually ran better. So I have to upgrade the 10 over the 12 in this situation. It just feels like the 10 a little bit more likely. I like the 10 to hit the board. I like the 13 to get his picture taken. But I have a feeling George might not be back yet. And if he is, I bet you he doesn't have his top hat on.
Still celebrating that win, the Queen Mary, by a flared nostril with Johnny Velasquez and wife Cindy there at Royal Ascot. The highlight, certainly for the Americans, of the royal meeting thus far. Big invasion tomorrow in the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee, bright and early. But first, this 9th and final is wide open with 5-2 on JK's top selection, Captain Party. We check back in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, and just briefly, we'll talk about the 3-horse Gossiping Pando, that good Chester and Mary Broman pedigree there. Another family I was quite familiar with. He's a sway back, and he's got a real distinct sway in his back. That's why they've outfitted him with a breastplate. It's put on to keep the saddle from sliding back, and a lot of horses that are sway back, their withers aren't very defined, and the saddle will have a tendency to slide back on them. I thought that was kind of interesting looking at him. The 4Z Dancer liked him in the paddock, continue to like him in the warm-up. I like the blinkers going on this horse. I think, at 11-1, he's a horse that's very much worth the look. The 5, all good here at a big price. I think this horse had subtle excuses in both of his starts. 1-2 rank early against Open Company at Tampa, and then last time he really basically got eliminated early. I think he's going to get much better position today. Basically one turn mile here at Belmont Park. Chulligan, the pedigree's there. Those turf works at Saratoga. Half the coinage, who very good on turf. He makes a lot of sense to me. Full disclosure, I've already been into my Naira Bets account. I boxed 4, 5, 6 in an exacta, so I got an 11-1, a 20-1, and a 7-2. And then we'll go to the outside. Your favorite, and listen, I am so thrilled the way George Weaver's barn's going. He's just got a tough draw, even though it's kind of a gradual, subtle turn into the backstretch, very, very slight. I just wonder sometimes if horses don't get a little bit lost out there. They're so far out in the course. He's your favorite. I respect him. I think the barn's going well. He makes a lot of sense, but I'm all about the 5 horse to win, and I got 4, 5, 6.
Strong contention towards the outside, Paulie, but tough to win from out there. Stowe on the world, number 12, 9-2. Had the rail in his last start. Yeah. He's marooned outside, and same for Captain Party, the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah. I mean, I landed on the 10, Tonio. I thought this was wide open. 12-1, I didn't think we were going to get 12-1, and I didn't think you'd get 10-1 on the 4. I think the 4 is a good betting proposition at that price. And the 13, with the way George Weaver's going, I can understand why that horse is your favorite, but a wide open. Good luck if you arrive in this pick 6.
Mm-hmm. With the carryover, exciting day of racing here at Belmont Park, and the 9th and final New York breds who will graduate. We're about to find out. 1 mile on the Widener Turf Course, $75,000 purse. To the outside, number 13, Captain Party, the 2-1 favorite. Javier Castellano looking for the Friday hat trick. One final time, Johnny I standing by.
There in the gate. And they're off. And from the inside, it is a Border Dancer. And from the outside, Stowe on the Wold. Now moving up is Z Dancer. Z Dancer and Born Dancer. The Dancers are right together with Border Patrol now moving up to join them. Tony O is next in 4th, followed by Stowe on the Wold in 5th. All Good Here down at the rail runs in 6th. Captain Party, the gray, is next in 7th. It's 2.5 lengths back to unaffected in 8th position. Then comes Ferris Mueller. To his outside is Chulligan. And farther back in the field is Oyster and Gossiping Panda. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. Born Dancer leads here by a half length. Z Dancer on the outside runs in 2nd. And just in behind, Tony O and Border Patrol. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. Stowe on the Wold is next in 5th. Captain Party now begins to move on the outside from 6th. And Chulligan is gaining ground from the back. As the field goes around the turn after a half and 47-1, Born Dancer, Z Dancer. And on the outside and gaining ground here is Ferris Mueller. And in between horses, it's Captain Party. Captain Party has taken the lead as Born Dancer continues to battle on down at the rail. Z Dancer is there. Tony O is at the fence. And then comes Stowe on the Wold. It is a Born Dancer. Captain Party at the rail. Tony O on the outside is Stowe on the Wold. And a late run from All Good Here. They come for the finish. And it's Born Dancer off the layoff to win the Friday nightcap.
Fresh and dangerous, Born Dancer, Kendrick Carmouche holds on 9-1 at post time. His 4-year-old debut, a winning one.
Yeah, we've seen a couple races on the turf course where people have taken the initiative, and Kendrick Carmouche did what Born Dancer went to the front end. Katie Dancer, Z Dancer, was Katie Davis, was trying to hound the 1, but just could not. You could see the 13 ranges up, and Kendrick just had a ton left. And here comes All Good Here from Christophe Clement on the complete outside. The 10 trying to roll up the rail, but I said it yesterday, build the wall. and the 1 built the wall. And if you keep on watching this, they never went by the 1 in the gallop out either. And you got 9-1 on this runner. This is going to be a nice little super Lafitte. I think this is I'm going to call it 1, 5, 10, 12. So you get 9-1 over 22-1 over 13-1. So a nice triple.
Determined effort. War Dancer keeping the favorite at bay. Captain Party to the inside. Tony O digging, who Paulie liked. Right there in the mix. Stowe on the world with the Rad Ortiz. Late bid, all good here. But Born Dancer, the son of War Dancer, unraced since October for the Saratoga 10 general partner. Winning trainer Michelle Nevin. Kendrick Carmouche, 1, 5, 10, 12. All smiles from Michelle. 9-1, 22-1, 13-1, and that'll shake things up in this final leg of the pick 6 with the carryover coming into the Friday action.
No, it will. And, a great job by Kendrick Carmouche. A lot of horses were coming off layoffs here. This was one of them. Great job by Michelle Nevin to have this horse ready, because he sped it up. 111 and change for 6 furlongs. He was able to speed it up. And you got to give the 5 all good here because he was kind of the only horse that was making up any ground off the layoff for Christophe Clement and Manny Franco.
9-1. Born Dancer, 1, 5, 10, 12. The results, the payouts with the pick 6, the pick 5. Off the bench, terrific training job for Michelle Nevin, having him ready to fire off the bench.
Yeah, so you get $18,000 for your pick 6 payoff.
$18K.
If you would have had the 5, $31,000. But Born Dancer and Kendrick Carmouche got you home for $18,000. If you had them in the pick 5, $2,014.25. If it's in your account, you can keep it. If you're at the track, leave the $14.25 as the teller, please.
Listen to him. Good advice.
Yeah.
Good advice. And a good ride. Kendrick Carmouche, a Born Dancer. Stay tuned. We'll see those results on the screen. Meantime, tomorrow the feature here at Belmont Park and part of the cross-country pick 5, along with the 4 races from Royal Ascot, is the Wild Applause for 3-year-old fillies. 1 mile, breath away. The 2-1 favorite at the bottom. Joel Rosario, last seen the day before the Preakness Stakes at Pimlico. There she is, finding her best ride in the Hilltop, and she's going to fire her best. She's going to close in the lane, make up a lot of ground, and come up just short.
She ran a good race in the Hilltop. She really did. She was a kind of bit bothered down the backside, and then when she got loose, she got a good trip, but the filly on the way outside of Spree is just going to outfinish her to the wire. Listen, she's a nose and a half length short. I said this earlier, from being undefeated. She's won without Lasix. They'll be racing without Lasix, obviously, in a stakes race tomorrow, so that is key as well. She's the one to beat.
Manny Franco, we saw victory earlier on today's card. Tomorrow he'll ride Tax Implications in the Wild Applause. And Tax Implications, going back to the Chelsea Flower last fall. We just saw a horse win here at Belmont who hadn't raced since October. In this race where she was an odds-on favorite and turning for home, just a lot of work to do and some growing up to do.
Yeah, this horse is so talented. She's just figuring it out. You could tell Manny Franco did an unbelievable job. She was leaning in most of the way. And at the end of this race, he has to stop on her because he's going to run up the heels of the 2 because he just can't get to the outside of the 2. But she's ultra talented. And Chad has a knack of, this horse has been off since October, to maybe correct that a little bit. And I think she's definitely the main danger, along with the 3 and here, the other Chad Brown runner.
Talked to JK earlier. Liguria, a serious threat, 7-2, a deep edition of the Wild Applause.
Really good. Yeah, really good race. I think it's a really good race. You have, Violet Gibson for Safi Joseph. We saw a horse from Gulfstream Park come in here today and almost got the money at a big price too. So, and I like Cecile a little bit. I've been trying to tell you, I love Lindsay Schultz, and this horse took to turf first time. So I think another major, not a major player, but a horse that can be on the fringe at about 12-1 or so.
You set your alarm, get up early in the racing from Royal Ascot with the cross-country pick 5 tomorrow. 4 races from Royal Ascot plus the Wild Applause. You're going to have, 250 horses to choose from, but still, you get lucky, you're going to get paid.
You can play your house numbers. You never know.
The way some of it's gone this week at Royal Ascot.
Right.
Biggest upset in the history of the event. Co-biggest upset, 150-1. Born Dancer, not that big of a price, but 9-1 as they pose for pictures. And there he is, turning for home. Kendrick asking him to pick it up, and he's being swarmed from all angles, and he just keeps finding more with his head in front.
You got to love these type of wins, these gritty wins when there's like 5 or 6 at the top of the lane, and you're just like, okay, the one's done. and he just keeps on going and going. Now you're thinking the 12's got him. Now you're thinking the 10 has him on the rail. Now you think the 5 has him on the outside. They were never going to catch him. And how about this? A war dancer out of a Sky Mesa mare, $1,000. Go pull it out of your account. You could have got this horse for $1,000 in the Fasig-Tipton mixed sale. Amazing. Great stuff.
Saw the colors, the winning colors. Saratoga 10 general partner Michelle Nevin had him ready to roll 18,000 plus. You could have lied to me, not told me you looked on your phone and just said you're that good with math, calculated it. You're like, yeah, 18,000 for the pick 6. It got tricky towards the end. Cali Magic and Board Dancer in the pick 6 today. Well, it was a fun day of racing.
You made a good point because Board Dancer figured. Cali Magic, like you said, played way bigger. You know what I mean?
Fun day of racing. Worked for me. Remember his name, fast New York bred with a future. And as Paulie just mentioned in the feature, Cali Magic, the upset here. A strong finish from Manny Franco in the 8th at Belmont Park. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock for another exciting day of thoroughbred racing at Big Sandy, and Secretariat will still be there in the paddock.